Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shady's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing again for the Nintendo DS. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we're at tonight, or check out some of the other games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, we'll go ahead and get into the game before on again. So we were playing an FBI special agent who has discovered he has the secret power to see into the past, but only out of his left eye and only under very specific circumstances. And he is attempting to use that to solve a serial killing. He was a survivor of 19 years ago, because either the serial killer is back or there's a copycat, and he's hoping to use that information to figure out how to stop him. Right now we are investigating the fourth of 5 murders in the past. And our current quest is we have to find some sort of weird vintage cigar case in order to allow his power to activate. It's weird like that. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see, where are we? Looks like it. Hey, Relentlessly, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Glad to have you with us. Why are you playing the Nintendo DS again? Again? Possibly? Looks for a new invest in redeemable, invest in an atom subduing fan. Oh god, I do need to see if I can get like a super quiet fan or something, because having no fan on here in summer is brutal. Alright, so this is our handy dandy recap, which I appreciate them doing very much. Burnett was murdered. I got permission from Detective Martinez to investigate the crime scene. My vision of the past gave me a glimpse of what really happened, and showed me the killer was coughing up blood. But this time the vision was different. I saw the victim's face, but couldn't catch a glimpse of the killer's. Hugo checked into the Bazlock incident for us and found out an officer died in that case. That's a new angle we're going on right here is, before Burnett died, he mentioned something about a robbery, an armed car robbery from 20-some years ago that may be related to the case. So we're looking into that as well today. X1011, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. I mean, ideally, I get out of here into a house with central air. That'd be even better, but we'll see. We'll see. Relentlessly, you are once again the eepiest eeper, but other than that, you're all right. I hope you were able to get some eep so you'll feel better, but welcome in for now. And yeah, that was the new thing we found out, was that an officer died in the Bazlock incident, but for some reason it was covered up. Kind of hurts that the DS was so well suited to these book-style visual novels, but they all did so poorly, at least in the English-speaking territories. I'm told they did pretty well in Japan, at least. They were very popular over there. Same thing with the PSP, is visual novels were very popular on the PSP over there, but basically unheard of in English-speaking territories. Kinda stinks. Alright. We need to look into that cigar box. Alright, alright, so... let's see, where do we want to start looking into that, I suppose, is the question. Let's start with his co-worker, see if he knows anything about that. So you mean places with decent public transit so you can read? You know, Trey Dog, I hadn't actually thought of that angle, but that does make a lot of sense. I mean, I think that is part of it, definitely, but also there's just like... Visual novels have been a thing in Japan for a very long time, and they at the time of the PSP and the DS, didn't have a lot of people hadn't even heard of visual novels in the US, as far as I know. So there wasn't a big market for them to begin with, is the other part of it, I think. It's the any game on the PSP was basically unheard of, unfortunately. Though we have streamed one PSP game on stream, although it was a remake. We played the Persona 2 remake on PSP here. It was when anyone said PSP. There was one of the problems with the names right there, most definitely. The office is open, Jay. Let's go talk to Edgar McDowell. So this is the business associate of the guy who was murdered 19 years ago. We're seeing if he knows anything about the cigar box we're looking for. We'd like to ask you about Duke Desmond. That's fine. I'll tell you whatever I know. Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? That's the name of the officer that was killed in the Bazlock incident. Hans Rickman? Is he the latest victim? I never heard the name before. And he's an officer who was on a robbery case from 34 years ago. I see. Sorry, I've never heard of him. But to think you're looking into a case from 34 years ago. Working for the FBI sounds like quite a headache. Literally when you've got magic powers. I've got a 5 head in a suit that automatically makes me suspicious. Do you know of a cigar box at Duke's office? Cigars? No. Duke never smoked anything. But wasn't there a cigar box in his desk drawer? Oh, that old thing? He didn't keep cigars in there. It was for something else. Like what? A gun. Duke kept a pistol in that box. I think Natalie probably has it now. That's what I was assuming, because we know that there was returned shots fired during that murder. Why was he hiding a gun? It was for self-defense. You have to realize he was running an enormous business back then. He had to deal with some shady customers on occasion and had the occasional issue. But he always solved those problems on his own because of his hatred that he had for law enforcement. That's why he kept a pistol in his desk drawer, strictly for emergencies. Yeah, there are some suggestions this guy was into some shady dealings before, but we never really heard about it too much. How big was the cigar box, or how small was the gun? We saw the cigar box, it was about like yay big. So it was a very small pistol, like a snub nose or something, but yeah. They didn't keep cigars in the cigar box, that'd be silly. It's like if you had one of those tins of cookies that actually had cookies in it, not sewing kits. Shady dealings, perfect for Twitch chat. Roxana, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so he says that his widow probably has the cigar box, so let's go talk to her. Unfortunately, she is blind, and I wouldn't be surprised if they make that a plot point as far as why we can't get it from her. But we have to get that cigar box. What is it you want to know? Whatever you can answer will be helpful. I brought a tin of those Danish butter cookies to work. After I was done, I had the weirdest compulsion to take the tin and put buttons in it. I don't know why. It's just the right thing to do with those tins. I don't understand it. Ooh, Rook's Honor. I always forget to do that. Good on you for getting that taken care of. That's awesome. And hey, 4M, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope we're doing good. Do you know anything about the Bazlock incident? Some big crime that happened a long time ago, right? I've only ever heard the name. Alright, that's fair. Now, go ahead and ask about the officer too. Hey, Lost, welcome in. How's everything going with you? You ever heard of a man named Hans Rickman? Hans Rickman? I'm afraid I haven't. Was he a friend of Duke's? He's an officer who died 34 years ago while on the Bazlock case. Did you ever hear anything about that from Duke? Never. I mean, also Duke said she said Duke never talked about his past, so, you know, we wouldn't really expect to be hearing much there. Immediate top suspect. We really need your help. Duke apparently kept a cigar box in his desk drawer at his office. That's the one with his memorabilia now. I think it was for clients. Duke never smoked, so I was curious why he'd have a box of cigars in his office. But now it's a memento of my dear husband. I've been keeping it very safe. I understand how valuable it is to you, but we really need to borrow it. It's extremely important in helping us solve this case. That's perfectly fine with me. I'll go get it. Here's the cigar box you wanted. So it doesn't have the gun in it anymore. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Alright, there we go. Hey, he died when you were a toddler, so I'm honestly rather surprised you haven't heard the name. I just keep wondering if Hans Rickman is a reference. Like, I wonder if that was his name in the original Japanese game. Because if it wasn't, like, is that a Die Hard reference? That's gotta be a Die Hard reference, right? Thank you, Ms. Emmett. I'll bring it right back as soon as the investigation's over. Alright, that's all we need there. Sounds like a job for the Dark Side Detective? Excellent. Exactly. Hans in the movie was played by Alan Rickman. I'm like, that can't be a coincidence, right? Like, it's gotta be intentional. It's right there. Yeah, Hans Gruber as played by Alan Rickman. Whew, jeez. Hope it cools down quickly, Lost. I will keep my fingers crossed for you. Alright. So now we head back over to the real estate building and we use the cigar box and see if that allows us to complete our vision. We only actually had 2 points of vision in that location. But it doesn't seem like it would be super difficult to finish. But of course, if we actually need a gun as well as the box, we could have a problem here. Hans Gruber or Sir Alexander Dane? Ooh. Refresh my memory about who the latter is. I'm drawing a blank. You think you can use that cigar box to find out what happened? Yeah, I'm sure of it. Hang out here for a minute. I'll be back. Oh, right from Galaxy Quest. I would assume Sir Alexander Dane. Hans Gruber seems like he would avoid a fist fight if at all possible. Right. 2 different Alan Rickman characters. Like the suit Hans Gruber wore just screams not very good at fist fighting to me. Alright. Oh, the Sheriff of Nottingham would definitely wreck him, but he's got those nice leather gloves, so that would definitely help. Alright, so we are back at the real estate office. So, let's head around and get that placed in the drawer here. Drawer open the way it was in the past. Go into our inventory and drop the cigar case in. Alright, so now it looks the way it did in the past, so let's see if we can trigger the vision now. Nothing? What? Beautiful cigar case with a decorated cover. The cigar case was where Duke Desmond kept his gun hidden. They're all mixed up. There's some parts to be fitted after rotating them. Guess I should line them up to see how they used to be. I'm sorry, what? Is this like the bottom of the case? Got broken somehow? I guess? Maybe? Oh, God. I don't know, man. This seems not cool in the slightest. I don't know if that fits there. How do I rotate pieces? Oh, there we go. I mean, that doesn't feel like it fits in anyway. Crap. Like, do these snap in place when I have them in the right spot? Like, what's the expectation here, game? Once I've assembled all these pieces of glass, I find it's literally a plain piece of glass. I'm not sure what we're doing right here. Oh, heck yeah, puzzle time. Oh, God. Why are they doing this to me? Oh God. Oh, you know, I thought doing the edge pieces would make things easy on me, but now I'm not so sure. This doesn't look like it goes there. Oh dear God, this is not gonna be. It's not gonna be great. Well, that's too sharp an angle. Looks like a nice shallow angle. Nope, wrong way though. I don't think it's that. Is this? No. Holy, what is this thing? That doesn't remotely look like it fits there. I mean, that goes in a corner. That's basically all we've established there. Hey, Deviant Fish, welcome in. How are you doing today? We don't appear to have a lot of corner pieces here. Which sucks, because I figured that would be the easiest place to start. Like, this looks like one. I presume. But what we do with that is the next question. Oh, all right. So they do snap into place if we get them in the right spot. All right, that's a big thing. That is a very, very big thing to know. Just knowing that, we can pretty much very quickly determine if we've got stuff in the right spot. All right, cool. We're cooking now. Should be able to very quickly figure out where this corner piece goes. Like there. Probably not there. Oh no, it does go there. All right, that didn't look like it went there at all. This and this. No, it doesn't go there. Visualize the hole. Which hole? Sorry, what? Sir Rat, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Catchers? Oh, that's a bad sign. That could mean they're knockoffs then. Could possibly be. All right. That go in corner maybe? There we go. All right. Now we're cooking. I was really terrified that they weren't going to snap in place. And this is going to take me days. Now I'm feeling a little bit better. All right. So, where do we want to go next? Got a couple of unusual spots here. Trying to see if I can figure out what snaps into them. That would be pretty nice. Yeah, it doesn't go right there. Go here maybe? There we go. Got that. Beautiful, beautiful. That looks very specific right there. Yeah, not that. Can't be too many things that fit in there, though. That won't fit in there. We'll come back to that one. Used to play the Star Trek MMO, Star Wars MMO. That one I played, yeah. I haven't played the Star Trek one, but I know some of the people in the chat here do. And they've recommended I check it out at some point. So we're going to tell you about this. Hey, I did get through Riven. I am very proud of that. Very cool game, seriously. All right, so I'm looking over at the edge again. How about this? There we go. We got that fit in there. We've got a very unusual edge piece that goes right there. Very weird ass shape. Right there. No, not that. Whew, all right. In fact, we've got a couple of sharp corners in here. It's looking like we're not going to be able to completely fill this out. We don't have enough pieces. So perhaps what we're trying to show is what's missing. Like there's going to be an outline of something once we're finished here. Yeah, Riven especially is one of the hardest adventure games I have ever played, but honestly, very rewarding. Very, very cool game, and I'm very glad that I got to play through that one. Yeah, I haven't played the Dig yet, but that's the next one we're playing on our LucasArts playlist, so it's pretty cool. It's amazing relentlessly. Yeah, there's something behind the door is one of my least favorite things in any adventure game. Yeah, that's true. The lore in Riven has always been really brutal to parse. This is 100% true. No? So yeah, I'm with you there. What? Not that. We were making headway for a second there. Going pretty well. Now we got the problems. See, any of these give us those nice right angles that we're craving here? Not that I can see. I think that's probably going to go on the side here. I got a feeling anyway. That goes right there. All right. Didn't even notice that originally. That does not go there. That does go there, though. All right, cool, cool. We got that. Got that. Some progress again. Always good to see. There we go. Nice satisfying click right there. Got that. I think I had that. Beautiful. It's right in there. That goes right there. Yeah, I'm starting to see a little bit of an outline here. I think I see where this is going. These last ones are going to be tricky. You know precisely where they fit. Got that. Oh, we're so close. Got that. One more. Oh, not there, really? Oh, right here. There we go. Whew. Surprisingly challenging. All right, and there's our second vision. So he pulled out the gun and fired on the killer. Although we're told that he missed. Killer shot him, he drops the gun, and the killer finishes him off. Now, do we actually have to put these together even though there's only two of them? Take the gun out of the cigar case. Duke Desmond fought back against the criminal. Did he hit the criminal? No, he didn't. The counterattack failed. Now, the question is, how did it fail? The guy was right on the other side of the desk. Oh, the satisfying click of glass on wood. I'm not sure what that was. Like, it might have been some sort of padding? I don't know, I have questions. Yeah, I know there was plans for a Myst amusement park. I don't know how well it would have done, but that would have been cool as hell. Also, if you were a DM and you like making puzzles for your players, I very highly recommend the Myst tabletop game, which I believe is called Unwritten Ages Beyond Myst. Pretty cool. Also, lots of lore about Myst, officially approved by the Cyan, if you're interested in that. Yeah, Surat, we've been trying to play through some of them. I really enjoy the novelty of it. We did Hotel Dusk, I believe that was a Sideways one. And also we did a Japanese horror game called the Nashi no Game. That one actually has you turn the DS. Some segments are played with it normally and some segments are played with it turned. And that was a challenge to stream, but was a really cool idea, I think. All right, so just 2 things to put in order, so this should be super easy. All right, the killer comes into the office with a gun drawn. Stands on the other side of the desk, points it at the guy, they have an animated conversation. He goes for his drawer there. Let's see, Myst Island, I can only imagine working there. Okay, when someone takes the red page, your job is to replace the red page. If you think about it, that's not that different than how escape rooms work today, which is interesting. 2 cucumbers glued together. Not a very efficient weapon from what I hear. All right, so he reaches into his drawer, pulls out the pistol and fires, and for some reason, despite being at point blank range, misses. He gets hit in the shoulder. Killer pulls the gun out and finishes him off. Wait, how am I inside this page? Don't touch the picture! Oh god! Killer seemed like he was gonna shoot him again after he was dead and then thought better of it. Puts down the Eye of Providence. Come on, let's see it. There's our victim, Duke Desmond. And the killer is unrevealed again. Weird. So basically, the farther we get into the game, the less useful his power is getting? What's happening here? I saw what happened. There was a picture of 2 people on Duke's desk. People I saw at the scene of Isabella's murder. Isabella was killed by Duke Desmond, just as we thought. And the Burnett Johnson murder is a copycat of the Duke Desmond murder. But I couldn't make out the killer's face for either of those crimes. Why was his face blurred out again? What'd you find out at the crime scene? I saw the crime take place in my vision, but I couldn't make out the killer's face again. Weird, just like the scene of the Burnett Johnson murder. Right. His face was so blurred that I couldn't even make out a shape. How come sometimes you don't see the killer's face? Wish I knew. Hello. Hi Jay, it's Maureen. The picture's been fully analyzed, so you can come pick it up at the lab, okay? You should hurry too, the results are really good. Awesome, Maureen. It's a lot of work, you know, so I expect you to return the favor. Of course, just as long as you can wait until after we solve this case. We'll be right over to see what you got. Those two are incorrigible flirts. Alright, so for anybody that missed that, we found a mysterious photo in the safe of the third murder victim from the past. But it was so old that it was too faded to make out any of the faces. So we took it to the forensics lab to get CSI'd, and hopefully now we've got it there. Hey, Geek Boy, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Oh, man. Come patronize me, Kate! Alright. I've got some ideas about what we're going to see in the picture. I'm slowly starting to piece together what's going on in my head, but let's see what we got. About time. Thanks for the call, Maureen. I managed to restore the image quite well, if I do say so myself. And here's what you've been waiting for. You should be able to make out the faces clearly now. Alright, it does look clearer. Great work, Maureen. Now we can question people about who's in the picture. What the? Something wrong? These three people look a lot like the people murdered 19 years ago. What? But this woman doesn't look like Isabella. I finished the age analysis too. Let's hear about it. Of course, I have to click through for that for some reason. Some guy in a hat. Also, interestingly, this game was made in Japan, and yet Maureen's the only very clearly Asian person in the game. Surprised no touchscreen minigame for clearing the picture. They haven't done a lot of touchscreen minigames in here, oddly enough. It's been a little bit more visual novel oriented. But that thing with the gun was one of the most Professor Layton things in there. Although, oddly enough, in that same office, we also had to do a gridlock puzzle. So there you go. How old do you think this picture is? I analyzed the solution used to develop it. It was pretty old material, and it took a while to extract, but I got a decent estimate. The solution used to develop this picture is over 30 years old. Wait a minute, 30 years? But the murder only happened 19 years ago. We found it at the scene. Which must mean someone at the crime scene back then had an old picture. My results are accurate. The picture is definitely more than 30 years old. Like 34 years old, going back to the time of the armored car robbery? Perhaps? Books. Was the picture doctored? Nope, it's genuine. The background and people match up fine, so there's no evidence of tampering. Really? I'm sure of it. A low-quality snapshot like this wouldn't need to be doctored. You know, plus they only had so much doctoring technology 34 years ago. This takes place in, I think, the early 2000s? For reference, for what 34 years ago was. Yeah, right, Nano. What can you tell about the background in this picture? It was taken at a park, but it's hard to determine where the park is exactly. Could really be anywhere. We do have a park in town, so we can check that out. Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? Can't say that I have. He was an officer who died in the line of duty 34 years ago in the Bazelot case. Okay, that's the biggest robbery in Clockford's history, right? Sorry, that's about all I know about it. You think it'll help? Of course it will. We'll start asking people about the picture right away. Great. Oh, and I've got some new forensics from the Burnett Johnson crime scene. Something about those blood stains? No, the blood stains are still under analysis, of course. A trace of drugs was detected in the drain under the bathroom sink. So some kind of narcotic was washed down the drain? We also found out the blood on the floor was mixed with vomit. Drug results aren't in yet, but there could be a connection with the blood on the floor. Pretty interesting, huh? Yeah, the killer might have left that behind. Give me a call when you get an idea on that drug, okay? I will. So we were assuming that the killer was coughing up blood, but it sounds like he actually puked up blood, which is not better, actually. That guy's still gonna die. Field trip to the park, hell yeah. Yes, let's save, and then we'll head over there next, and then we'll start talking to folks that would have been around at the, the 34 years ago, basically. They might be able to ID that photo. See what we can find out from that. All right, Maureen, thanks again. Don't be a stranger. All right, so we got a lot of people we could ask about that photo, but let's start at the park because that might be where it was taken. That might help us establish some things too. Not sure what, but any information is good information at this point. Right, that's exactly what I was thinking some guy in the head. Although it was a lot of blood. Like a lot of blood. The consumption, right? The scarlet fever. Yeah? We've got some questions. Oh, we can't even add, or we can probably show him the photo. That's probably what it is. Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? Hans? I don't think so. Who's he? Ever heard of the Baslock incident? 34 years ago. It's practically ancient history. Got something to do with Providence? Can't help you for once. I'll let you know if the name comes up. Alright, so get out of here. We haven't actually had to show people things very often. I think this actually might be the first time. Take a look at this picture, Roger. That's not the meme. Say it right, Jonathan. What do you think? That picture was taken right here at my park. That's what I thought. How'd you know that? Come on, it's my home. I know this park like the back of my hand. Take a look at the bench in this picture. It was donated to this park 40 years ago by a highly respected man in the city. It's been my bed for years. I know that bench anywhere. So the picture was taken right here in Clockford. What about these 4 people here? You recognize anybody? Nobody here looks familiar. Except this woman looks a little like Isabella, I guess. Really? The picture I found at Isabella's place was taken at Grand Park. How would these 4 people in it be connected? Alright, that's some information. We'll take that. Hearing someone describe 34 years ago as ancient history is just making me feel very old. More than usual. There's a Swedish astronomer named Hans Rickman that formulated the evolution of comets. Ooh. Had a stint in, retired from comet research to become a police officer and then got shot, possibly. That's some weird lore. Alright. Well, I think we should head to the theater next. Because our boy Jonathan said the woman wasn't Isabella. But then Roger said she looks a little like Isabella. Now I have questions. And the person who knows Isabella the best is our boy Dub Foley here. So let's see what he's got to say. Bringing forth the certified one would be excellent. You gotta have a little bit in there. Very important. Right, so talk to him first, then show him the photo. Do you know anything about the Bazlock incident? Now, that's something I can tell you about. I just barely got my feet wet in show business when it happened. Still a trainee at a small production company out in Hollywood. Even I knew about Bazlock Jewelry. Here was a pretty famous place. Oh, all the actresses loved their jewelry. That's why I remember the incident. All the money from all those jewels. Unfortunately, I don't know the specifics of that incident, though. That was a lot of words to say. Yeah, I heard it happened. What about it? Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? I really haven't. He on the force? At one time, yes. He's an officer who died 34 years ago while on the Bazlock case. See, he must have been very brave. FBI, police, you really do put your lives on the line every day. Alright, that's all we're getting out of him for those, so let's move on to the photo. Alright. Would you take a look at this picture? Here. Oh my! Look at shock! Mr. Weaver, where on earth did you find this photo? It was at the crime scene at the Isabella Campbell murder. Amazing. The woman on the right is Isabella in her younger days. Isabella Campbell? Are you sure about that? I imagine she looks quite different here from any other photos you might have seen. It's because she had plastic surgery once she became an actress. That was her deep, dark secret, and she had even burned every photo she had of herself prior to the surgery, or so I thought. What about the other three people? Look familiar? The man next to Isabella is Ewan. Ewan, we've heard that name before. Supposedly her secret friend slash lover? I don't know who the other two are. Isabella and Ewan were an item back then. I thought I mentioned him to you once before. I'd seen his face on numerous occasions, but we never actually spoke. What could this mean? Nobody named Ewan was killed 19 years ago. Maybe these people have nothing to do with the Providence murders. I don't know. Just one more question. Do you resent your parents for naming you Dub? I'm wondering if it's short for something, but I'm like, what could it possibly be? I'll need to kick you in the shins for the photo, just for authenticity of expression. Oh God! All right. What do we want to talk to next? Let's talk to the old cop, Philip Robbins. He might not have anything to say about the photo, but you might know more about the robbery that we can ask him about. Doubly Dublin? He's not home. Alright, so no talking to him right now. Who else would be good to talk to at this juncture? Well, I guess we'll just sort of start going through the roll. So we'll ask... Yeah, we'll ask the real estate guy, see if he knows anybody here. Unfortunately, since Since Burnett's dead, he would probably know everything since he seemed to be hiding something before he died. Let's see what we got here. So I can't talk to him about anything right now. I can show him the photo. See if he recognizes anybody in here. But you look at that. This man here, second from the right. Looks a great deal like Mr. Desmond in his younger days. Think it might be him? Certainly looks like him, but I can't be certain. What about the other three people? I don't recognize them. So we didn't have any connection between the murder victims before, but now here we have a photo that appears to show most of them. But nobody wants to use it. I have heard that before now that you mention it. Yeah, it's true. So maybe his first name's something like Wallace, and he just goes by Dub instead. Seems possible. All right, so let's head to Charles Smith's home, see if anybody's home. Trying to remember who everybody is, because some of these people we haven't talked to in quite some time. Alright. I'm sure we've got nothing else to ask her. Or very likely we have nothing. Oh no, we do. Let's show her the photo first, and then we'll do the questions. Will you take a look at this picture? Second man from the left looks like Dad when he was younger. I haven't seen many pictures of him when he was young, so I'm not positive. I mean, that's something at least. Ever hear of a guy named Hans Rickman? Sure haven't. Who is he? Connected to my father's death? It is driving me nuts that he explains this to every single person, because, you know, it's a video game. We've heard it before. So, he doesn't need to be saying it to us every time. You know anything about the Bazlock incident? Bazlock? Isn't that the name of a famous jewelry store? Never heard of any incident by that name. Alright, so she hasn't even heard of the robbery. Wait, this is a video game? Since when? Oh my god! Alright, you got that. Let's go talk to Alfred Brown as well. See if he recognizes anything in there. Worth a shot. Yeah, no, I'm working on catching the serial killer, thanks. Alright, so we'll show him the photo. See if he's got anything that jumps out at him. Jeez, what a relic. Hey, this guy on the left looks like Sam. Sure it's him. Pretty sure, but I ain't never seen this picture before. It's true. What about these other three people? Never seen any of them. Alright, so yeah, we've confirmed it. This is the first 4 murder victims from back in the day, all in the same photo together, despite the fact that, as far as we can tell, they never actually knew each other. Well, no, it's well, not all 4. We still don't know anything about this Ewan guy, I suppose. Very strange that. Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? No, he's never heard of him. Wait, did he just say, is he, oh, the Hotel Miranda, yeah. Nice little reference to, a little bit of a nod to a Hotel Dusk, I feel like. It's proving a close connection to all the victims that no one found before a major breakthrough. It's interesting. Could be a time camera, probably not. The time cameras are very old technology, so that would be understandable. Yeah, these people have a lot of dialogue about things they don't know anything about, which is getting a little annoying, honestly. There's a lot of writing in this game that absolutely does not need to be there. Alright, let's see, let's go talk to the Homicide Squad. See if they've got anything. Although I think we already asked him about Bazlock and he didn't know anything that we didn't already know. Oh god, yeah, JRPGs. Some of them, like, love repeating information. Absolutely maddening. This is a picture we found at the scene of Isabella's murder. Take a look. Does it have something to do with Providence? Might. It's taken over 30 years ago. Do you happen to recognize anyone? No, something that old's out of my league, Weaver. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's that old, honestly. We did not play Enchanted Arms. No, is that a PS1 game? Am I remembering that right? Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? Hans what? Hans Rickman. He was an officer who died in the line of duty 34 years ago on the Bazlock case. You don't expect me to know about people from 34 years ago, Weaver. What do I know about any police issues from way back then? Just talked to somebody who was on the force at that time. Yeah, I guess so. We should head back over to his house and see if he's home now. It could be for the best. How old do you think I am, Weaver? He honestly doesn't look that old. He's 60, gotcha. Oh god, I hate games like that, Trey Dog. So the camera was sold to 3 different pawn shops. Each time they took a photo, jammed, and then it was sold on. Voila, case closed. If only it were that simple. Alright. So I really do want to talk to Philip Robbins, but he wasn't home last time. Ah, he's home now. Good. What is it? Free to ask you about something? Alright, so let's show him the photo first, and then we'll run down the questions. Same as before. This is a picture we found at the scene of Isabella's murder. You recognize anyone? Take a good look. 3 fellows here look a little like the original Providence victims. I've never seen the woman on the right. Mr. Robbins, the woman is actually Isabella Campbell before her plastic surgery. You're saying Isabella went under the knife for that pretty face? Apparently so. That picture was taken over 30 years ago. I'll be. Are you suggesting that 4 Providence's victims already knew each other more than 10 years before they were killed? Seems like it. What the hell is going on here, Weaver? I don't know, but we intend to find out soon. Let me know if you figure something out, alright? Sure will. See if we can chat with him as well. Alright, so we'll ask him about Hans as well. He's probably the one most likely to know the name. Ever heard of a guy named Hans Rickman? Hans Rickman. There's a name that takes me back. How'd you want to know about him? Because we found out he died while in the Baslog case. I want to point out that for the entire first half of this game, this guy we're talking to keeps repeating that he's getting forgetful in his old age. But when we bring up a name from 34 years ago, he instantly remembers him. Like, even though he keeps saying he's forgetful, it's never a plot point at any moment. "100% perfect recall at all times." Someone connected to the 19-year-old Providence murders told us about the Baslog incident. We steered you to check into Hans. Right. But since that robbery happened so long ago, we're having a hard time finding anything about it. I'm the first old geezer that popped into your head, is that it? That's right. I mean, well, yeah, we figured you might know something about Hans. You remember anything? Maybe he's lying about his memory being bad? Or he's trying to be modest, perhaps. That could be it. One could say, total recall. Yeah, our boss is like, don't look for a motive. There's no motive in murder cases. It's just crazy. I remember a man named Hans died in the line of duty back then. But I never worked with him. Now that I think back, people were pretty clammed up about that death. Pretty strange. Lowly flatfoots like myself never got any word on it. I see. Even people on the force don't know anything specific. Really gotta check out that picture of 4 people. Alright, so that's all we're gonna get from him then. I guess we'll head to the professor, maybe? Talk to him, see what he's got? He's been going over the files recently. Maybe he knows something? Not sure. Yeah, maybe that's the end game, is we have to get our ass to Mars. Oh, we get a call. Jonathan Weaver. Mr. Weaver, this is Lily Smith. Everything okay? Well, I was just thinking about that picture you showed me. I thought Grandma might know something about it, so I gave her a call. I appreciate that. We'll go over and ask her right away. Who was it? Yeah, see, something like this doesn't need to happen. Like, of course his partner is asking what just happened, but like, we the player, we saw. We don't need to hear it again. Honestly, just very shoddy writing. Let's see. I assume we're heading over to Lily's house now? Yes? Maybe. We did get a new location there, so hopefully Grandma's over there at the time. Guess you're here about the picture, I guess. I'll go get Grandma. Hold on a second. Oh, hey, we got a new character. You want to ask me something? We're from the FBI, ma'am. FBI? Lily tells me you're going after the one who killed Charles. That's right. Would you be Charles Smith's mother, ma'am? I am. Letitia Smith, witness, age 77, mother of the second victim, Charles Smith. Yeah, we're just flashing this in front of literally everybody. I like how we were also told that the death of that police officer was covered up, and now we're explaining that to every person we bump into on the street. Yeah, that would look like an old Motorola, because it still had the squared edges, and a lot of them were using rounded after a while. Which honestly was more comfortable in the pocket, I think. Alright, so we'll show her the photo. if she's got any insight. We'll take anything we can get at this point. We need something new. Wow, this photo certainly brings back memories. Second from the left is young Charles. Are you absolutely certain that's your son? Of course I am. And this is Lenny to the left of Charles. Lenny? But I don't recognize the other two people here. Alright, we'll need more. That was Charles' good friend. They knew each other since high school. Lenny was a bit of a troublemaker in school. But he was a good boy at heart. Then the one to the left of your son is Lenny. Are you sure his name isn't Sam? Of course I'm sure. This is Lenny, plain as day. What's going on here? Philip told me the man in this picture is Sam. Could he have changed his name? Better ask about that. What a great photo. All the victims in one place. Oh no, what a giveaway. Did Sam change his name to Lenny? Sam? I'm not sure what you're talking about. We believe the man in this picture is named Sam. Really? Well, I always knew him as Lenny. I don't know about any name changing. Unfortunately, she doesn't appear to know about any last name either. That would really help for, record searches. No dice there, unfortunately. Save again, and we'll get out of here. I'll see if anything happens. Sorry to bother you. No bother at all. Good luck with the case. Alright, I guess we'll talk to Alfred Brown next? He's the one who knew Sam, I think. If he knows anything about Lenny. Alright. Do you know if Sam ever changed his name? No way, Sam's always been Sam. But now that you mention it, I do remember something a little funny about that. One time a hotel guest saw Sam in the lobby and called him by a different name. I just thought it was a mix-up and Sam pretended like he didn't hear nothing. But later I saw him sneak over to the guest and start jabbering about something. Sam seemed a little paranoid at that time now that I think back, but the name escapes me. A double life? How suspicious. Let's ask Philip Robbins if he's ever heard of it. I mean, surely they looked into the backgrounds of all the victims at the time. Hopefully he's got something here. Scrap idea of a shape-shifting alien from Mars. I was actually looking at our old clips from the stream, and I was reminded of the shape-shifting hitman from oh man, the name escapes me at the moment. Tex Murphy. Shape-shifting hitman from Tex Murphy. Chanel, never heard of her. Did you hear anything about a past victim changing his name? Name change? Anything like that's in the file, and I don't recall ever hearing about it. Usually name change is made due to something major. I don't think any of them had a reason for it. I heard these games. It's possible. Might just be a rumor though. Might be done to hide from a past crime, wouldn't it? You're saying I failed to find something back then? I don't mean it like that. I'm not offended or anything. Just that you're finding out a lot of new things here. Well, shoot. Alright, not as much information I was hoping there. Well, let's pop into the university real quick, just because we haven't been there today. See if there's anything new we can learn there. You never know, I suppose. Alright, Rooks. Have a good grocery shop. Stay cool out there. Alright, he's unavailable. Also, let me tell you, I was looking at clips from like 6 and 7 years ago for the channel, and I cannot tell you how incredibly cool it was that like a lot of the people I saw in chat in my old clips are still here today. You folks are amazing, and thank you for that. It was a nice little trip down memory lane, looking through the old clips there. Alright, so Roger I actually forgot to talk to after we showed him the photo. See if he has anything new to talk about. Just about the names. And he's got nothing to say. You never heard any rumors when working for Mr. Johnson? Nope. Why would a victim have to change his name? Now, a criminal, on the other hand, I can see doing it, but a victim? I mean, that would have been before they were a victim, but you know. Alright, I guess we'll chat with the other friends and family of the old murder victims. See if any of them have heard of the name Lenny from back in the day. Gotta get something here. We're starting to dry up on leads at this point. Isabella would use a different name from time to time. What was it? She called herself Ava. I heard it a number of times. She'd whisper it into the phone with a sweet voice. Hi, it's Ava. She only used that name with her close male friend. I bet they all have different names. So we've got Ava, Lenny, and Ewan now. So it sounds like not just one of them changed their name, but all of them did. Lenny and the Jets, perhaps? Lenny! Right, and then we'll go ask this guy. Starting to run out of people to talk to, so hopefully something hits here. Desperately thirsty for clues at this point. I don't know why, as the FBI, we can't just look this up wherever we can. And not that I'm aware of, I only knew him as Duke Desmond. Thanks for not being helpful in the slightest. You were his business partner. Wouldn't you have looked into his background a little bit? At some point? Maybe? Hey, Grushin, welcome in. He'd be a lot more entertaining if he did that, I think. We're comparing him to the guy from Police Academy yesterday. Alright, this is about the last person from the past we can talk to, I think. Alright, so... Yeah, we'll get through this. Oh, we're giving her the cigar box back too, that's good. Got nothing else to talk to her about though, that's unfortunate. Wait, why can I not move? Why can't I move? Oh, you gotta give her the cigar box back first. Mr. Weaver, you avenged my husband's death, you hear me? The avenging is not really what the FBI does, ma'am, but sure, why not? Did Mr. Desmond ever change his name? Indeed he did. You certainly do your research, I'm impressed. Duke went by another name long ago. What was it? It was Ewan. And Duke and Ewan are the same person. How would he change his name like that? Alright. Very interesting. The tune like it's the old music of CSI. It kind of does feel like that, doesn't it? I do dig that most of this music would fit right in with CSI. Sounds like Charles wasn't the only one to change his name. Yeah. Wonder how thoroughly they checked into the victims' names back then. Let's go ask Philip about it. Alright. Didn't we literally already ask him about that? And he just got mad, asking if we were accusing him of not being thorough? And now we're going to very directly accuse him of not being thorough? Oh, this should be good. This will go great and not bad at all. Guess we gotta know one way or the other. I have a question about your investigation back then. Did you look into the victims' names to see whether or not they were once different? Their names? Never even came up as an issue, so we never looked into it. We've discovered that the victims went by different names at one time. Are you kidding me? I'll be damned. We didn't catch on that before. You just might be onto something big. Alright, so just no, they had no idea about that. Good to know, I suppose. Let's see. Alright, so what do we do now? So there was no investigation into the victims' names back then. But 3 of them went by different names. Sam was Lenny, Duke was Ewan, and Isabella was Ava. Why would those 3 use different names? Why are you being so quiet all of a sudden? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about where we are on the case. And why don't we go over it together? Grushin, that is a lot of paperwork, but I'm starting to suspect they may have committed a crime before these murders happened. Press 1 for homicide, 2 for lab, 3 for pizza. Always press 3 for pizza. Alright, pop quiz time! Let's go over what we know about Bazlock first. Burnett Johnson gave us Bazlock as a hint before he was killed. $1 million in cash was stolen some 34 years ago in the Bazlock incident. It remains unsolved to this day. And don't forget what we got from Hugo. Right, Hugo found out a police officer named Hans Rickman was killed on that case. This Hans Rickman really has me curious, Kate. What is it about him exactly? How the case was handled after Hans was killed. Because his death was kept under wraps, right? Yeah. I want to know why so much energy was put into covering up his death. We need to find out more about the Bazlock incident. Right. Must be something other than Hans' death that's being covered up. If we can figure that out, it'll clear up the connection between Johnson and Bazlock. Probably so. Now I say we go over the Burnett Johnson and Duke Desmond murders. How far have we gotten on those? We know that the Burnett murder was identical to the Duke murder 19 years ago. Or at least really similar. I used a vision at both crime scenes to check into them. What part of those are you wondering about in particular? The killer's face. I wasn't able to see the killer's face in either of the two visions. I was wondering about that too. Why wouldn't you be able to see the killer's face? Must be a reason for it. And if we find out what that is, it should bring us closer to the truth. Exactly. And we'll find out something about both of these cases we haven't realized yet. Yeah. Now let's talk through what I found at the Isabella Campbell crime scene. Give me a rundown about the picture. You found it in Isabella's room. There's 3 men and 1 woman in the picture. Something's got me curious about that picture, Kate. What is it? It is, what all 4 people in that picture have in common. Right, I think that's an important issue too. All 4 of them ended up dead 19 years ago. But the picture itself is more than 30 years ago. Which means they all knew each other 10 years before they were killed. What if your parents were in the picture, Jay? Then we could deduce that Providence killed them all for personal reasons. Guess that won't work in this case. Right. Which is why I'm dying to figure out how the 4 people in that picture are connected. The fact that 3 of them used a different name might be a big part in solving this thing. How are we supposed to look into something that happened over 30 years ago? It's not like I work at the FBI and can just look up records of old crimes at any point. I've had an idea. I'm thinking of the perfect man for the job, someone you went to school with. Oh, right. Alright, so we'll call our newspaper contact. See if he can look anything over to it right there. I was thinking they got ported over and had to switch to avoid trademark lawsuits. That's possible too, especially since one of them was an actress. Could have been a SAG thing. Ooh, alright, good luck, nab that cat and run. I hope it keeps everything cold. Hope you stay cold as well. Take care of yourself. Here you go, it's me again. Hey, what's going on today? Something else we want you to dig for. But what else is new? Just name it. Well, when we checked into victims from 19 years ago, we found out that 3 of them changed their names. Which ones? Sam Coolidge, Isabella Campbell, and then Duke Desmond. Sam used to be Lenny, Isabella was Eva, and Duke was Ewan. Got it, Jay. I'll look into those 3 and let you know what to dig up. Anything else? There's Hans Rickman, the cop you told us about who died in the Bazelon incident. Can you find out some more on him? You got it. I'll see what else I can find on Hans. Thanks, Hugo. No problem. I'll give you a call if something comes up. Hope Hugo gets something good. You'll probably get a call from him tomorrow. Yeah. Love that transition screen. It's so good. Alright, so that is the end of that day, it appears. Gonna take some rest to see if we can, Hugo can find anything in the meantime. March 14th, 2010, day 9. Boss is still out today. Must be really sick. Guess so. It's like they work in total isolation with no access to any sort of resources to speak of, which is weird. He hasn't called in and hasn't been answering his phone. That's a first for him. Not suspicious at all, though. Yeah. Something's not right, Jay. Nah, it's fine. If the boss is in trouble, he'd give us a call. Don't think about it in the slightest. Just don't forget the whole thing happened. Just relax. I guess you're right. Anyway, we better get back out there. Okay. Hopefully that's Hugo. Frederick. Jay, it's me. Dad? Oh yeah, I forgot about him. We haven't seen him in a long time. He was out of town. I just got home. Welcome back. I know you're busy, but drop by for a visit, okay? Yeah, okay. That was your dad? Uh-huh, he just got back. We're gonna go see him? Not now. I'd rather wait until this investigation cools off a bit. He's probably got important information for us. We don't want to advance the plot too quickly. Okay. But before we go out, let's go over what we know so far. I mean, I'm pretty sure we did that last night, but sure, let's do it again. Yeah, the soundtrack is so solid. Like, shockingly solid all around. Three victims who changed their names were Sam, Duke, and Isabella. Question is why? We'll have to see what Hugo comes up with on that. Yeah, I'm glad we talked about that. That was a good chat. Very informative. Much progress made. 4 of the victims knew each other for over 10 years before they were killed. Right, and all 4 of them lived in the city back then. The picture was taken over 30 years ago. I'd like to know what those 4 were up to back then. Hope Hugo can get us something on that. I do too. Was this like supposed to be an episodic game, or was it an episodic game in Japan? Because they repeat information so often. It makes me wonder if they were anticipating a bigger span of time between playing one day and the next. When Burnett Johnson gave us the hint Bazlock, we started looking into the Bazlock incident that took place 34 years ago. But we still don't know how that incident is connected to the Providence murders. And we don't have much on Hans Rickman, the officer who died in the Bazlock incident. There's something about the Bazlock case that doesn't feel right. What is it? Henry. When we told him about Bazlock, he hardly knew anything about it. But it's like everyone else his age knows about Bazlock. It was a big thing back then. You think Henry was really telling the truth about that? God damn it, kid. I told you not to ask any questions about our boss. We're not quite that far in the game yet to be suspecting him. Let's ask whenever we finally get a hold of him. He's like, yeah, I guess we'll ask him next time we see him. No big. I'm in no rush. It's a little frustrating because in Hotel Dusk, like, I never quite knew where the game was going, or in this one, they telegraphed so hard. Jay, it's Maureen. Hi, what's up? I've got results on that drug found in the pipes at Johnson & Co. Stop by the crime lab and I'll fill you in. We'll be there. Thanks for calling. I'm sure blindly trusting him is the best course of action, Kate. Also, in our line of work, asking questions is a big no-no. 8 results are in on that drug found in the sink at Johnson & Company. We better go see Maureen first. I mean, she could have just told me over the phone, but for some reason didn't. I was having such a good time yesterday, but now it feels like the game's stalling a lot. Padding out the runtime. Maureen, thanks for the phone call. Glad you could make it. So, what kind of drug are we talking about here? I mean, we do know that Maureen has been flirting with our guy all game. So there is that. It's not your typical cold medicine. It contains ingredients rarely used in pharmaceuticals. They're used for cancer treatment. Cancer? Uh-huh. And I gave the data to Lane. You had to track down where it came from. very specialized drugs, so the source shouldn't be hard to find. Maybe we should drop by later. Alright, yeah, we'll drop by now, as a matter of fact. Authority is inherently trustworthy. I bet his badge is fully colored in, oh god. Alright, let's go talk to Lane and have him be extremely angry that we're talking to him in the first place. Or anywhere in his presence. Detective Martinez, anything new on the case? Finally got something for you. Forensics called in results on that drug found in the sink at Johnson & Co. Yeah, I was literally just over there, that's why I'm here. Sounds like it's a drug used for treating cancer. Yeah, but it's still considered experimental. We tracked down the seller and figured that out. Apparently it's a new kind of drug they use at the university hospital. They just sent me a list of patients they administered that drug to. The suspect might be on that list. Exactly, which is why I'm a little frustrated. What do you mean? I know one of the people on that list. Who? Your boss, Henry Mills. What? The guy that was coughing real hard all game is also a cancer patient? What? Yeah, his theme is such a joy. I do like going to visit Lane and we get the, his bad boy loader theme. Like, it's silly, but it fits the character. Is this some kind of joke? No joke, Weaver. Where's your boss right now? He's been home sick since yesterday. Let me know when he gets back. I want to have a talk with him. Under no circumstances send a squad car over to his house to question him. No. Wait for him to come to you. Let's not rush things. We'll do that. No one's in any real hurry to catch the killer here. Wow, our boss sounds really suspicious. When I bump into him next week, I'll have to ask him about that. If he's around, you know, if I remember. I'll put a sticky note on my desk, I think. See what I can do. This is Jay. Oh, have I got stuff for you? Like what? Info on the 3 victims and their names. Some more info on Hans Rickman. And there's something I really want you to see, Jay. Can we meet somewhere? Sure. How about the cafe bar on Seaside? Yeah, it works. Cool, see you there. All right. I'm heading over there now. See you soon. All right. Head to a nice cafe. Let's head over there and see what he dug up. This could be the big one. I've pretty much got most of this figured out at this point. But we'll see what I'm thinking bears out. Yeah, I've been here before. Think Hugo's here yet? Go in and see. Hey, Kate. Hello. Sorry for the wait, Hugo. Don't worry about it. I just got here myself. And as you can see, he hasn't learned how to tie a tie since we saw him last. So fill us in on those big discoveries of yours. Okay. So I know it's called the Cafe Bar, but I'm looking behind Hugo over there. I don't see any cafe, but I see a shitload of bar. I feel like this name is very deceptive. Not good advertising in the slightest. First, I'll tell you about the 3 victims and their names. I checked out a list of names related to crimes committed more than 19 years ago. And then it dawned on me. The name Lenny that Sam Coolidge was using. One of the suspects on the list went by the name Lenny Garrett. What was he suspected of? The Bazlock incident. No way! Surprise, surprise, to basically no one's been paying any attention. Oh, the author's name is Cafe, rhymes with strafe. Cafe Bar, there you go. That's also confusing, it's still bad marketing. Just different bad marketing. Seriously. What about Isabella's Ava and Duke's Ewing? I couldn't find anything in those two. Wait a minute, what year was the Bazlock incident? That'd be 1976. Right, Bazlock took place in 1976. What's wrong, Jay? The number on Sam's lotto ticket, the combination on Isabella's safe. They were both in 1976. Sounds like you're onto something there. There's no way it's just a coincidence. Strophe! It doesn't look nearly upscale to be that fancy. Strophe. Oh, that's true. Possibly related here. I checked some newspapers from the time Hans Rickman was killed. Here's what I ended up with. I got a copy of an article from 34 years ago. Take a look. Here. Hugo, this is an article on the Bazlock incident. That's right. I mean, we mentioned before it was the greatest theft in the town's history. Of course, there'd be newspaper articles. That article was printed the day after Bazlock took place. This is the only article that mentions Hans Rickman's death. It also touches on how Hans might have been killed. Alright. We heard that he went to investigate the suspects and then died that way. So let's see if we get any more information there. Here, take a look. Police officer killed when entering criminal hideout. Was he really ordered to break in? All right there. Goes into detail here. And then look at this. It's Hans Rickman. So this is Hans. The article says he went against orders and decided to enter the hideout on his own. It also says there were 4 people hiding in there. It doesn't say how they knew how many people was hiding in the hideout since the only person that went into the hideout was dead. That's what it says. And the Bazlock criminals were a 4-man team. It is apparently a thing that I know for some reason. Based on what that article says, yeah, probably so. Oh no, Hans spilled all his strawberry jam on the floor. Oh no! You can see his eyes were closed because he was crying because he was so sad about it. Something still feels off. What does? Hans' death and the 4 criminals. After this article came out, none of this was ever mentioned again in the papers. Listen, bud, just read the article. He's like, I found something. What does it say? I don't know. I didn't read it. You do that. Not my job. Why do you think the papers stopped reporting on it? Pressure from the police, maybe? That'd be my best guess. And I'll bet there's an awful lot about the case that's been swept under the rug. Sure, you're right. Oh yeah, and another thing. I found another article about Bazlock with something strange in it. What? Fortunately, it was in a gossip mag and I couldn't get you a copy. But I jotted down the important stuff. Here it is, written a month after the crime. Someone in the Bazlock task force was found out to be connected to the criminals. And surprisingly, the name of this man is... Come on, who was it? Why are you pausing? It doesn't even make any sense at this juncture. Hans Rickman. Huh? Hey, that's what it said. Thanks to Hugo, we now have an idea of what links the 4 Providence victims to Bazlock. That's all I got for now, Jay. I hope you can use it. This is great. I don't know how you do it, Hugo. What can I say? You can just look these up in your own FBI files, but I'm glad you use me as your personal Google, I guess? I'll give you a call if I find out more. The Pod Gang? Oh god. Alright, so yeah, it sounds like the 4 victims were potentially all the criminals in the Bazlock case. And then maybe someone was killing them for revenge? I don't know why 19 years later, though. Thanks, Hugo. You never cease to amaze me. Why, thank you. Still a lot about Bazlock we don't know, including what happened to the thieves who got away with $1 million. As for some reason, I haven't figured out that those 4 people are also the 4 people we're looking into. And how it's connected to the Providence murders. Exactly. We should ask people about the newspaper Hugo found. That ought to turn up something. If only I were better at my job, I could put these things together myself, but instead, I'm gonna need someone else to do it for me. I also want to ask about the 4 victims and their past. Right. I know you can solve this thing. Keep the pressure on. Always. Alright, so, well, let's start talking to the friends and family of the victims again, I guess. I feel like they would have mentioned something about their past before when we asked them about their past before, but if they want me to shake that tree, we'll shake that tree. See what happens. We've gotten into the run back and forth to every house asking about Poppy Pod's phase of the game. Do you remember anything about your husband's younger days? He had a hard life back then, but he used those experiences to build his business. When exactly did he start up his business? I'd say he was still in his 20s at that time. How did he come up with enough capital to do that? He told me he worked his fingers to the bone coming up with that money. I see. Maddeningly vague. Alright, on to the next one, I suppose. But yeah, he got into real estate. That's not cheap. Not something you can get into super easily. Do I need to be showing people the newspaper as well? Probably should do that too. See if anybody's got anything to say about that, although it's fairly old. Alright, so we got nothing for him. So yeah, I suppose since it is old, might not have something to ask everybody about it. We'll see if good old Dub has anything to say. He didn't know Isabella back in the day, but he was around her enough. He might have heard some things. Hopefully. He's also old, so he might know about the newspaper. I'm kind of grasping at straws here, as you can tell. So, showing the newspaper. Ah, the Bazlock incident. This happened about 15 years before Isabella was killed. I didn't know Isabella back then. She was probably aspiring to become an actress at that time. Look at this. Just below the article, there's an advertisement for movie auditions. They started holding these auditions in 1975. Isabella tried out for the fifth one. She almost got cast, too. I met her for the first time right after that. What a gorgeous young woman she was. Nice story, but not anything I can actually use there, unfortunately. Paper. Ah, yes, I remember those. Blogs used to be on paper back in the day. I know Dub Foley is such a strange... How does he have nothing to do with sound? Why would the game devs name someone who has nothing to do with sound Dub Foley? Seems like a strange missed opportunity there. Do you remember anything about Isabella Campbell in her younger days? Well, I mentioned the cosmetic surgery, you know. And back then it cost much more than it would today. In fact, I'm still puzzled how Isabella ever managed to pay for that surgery. I don't think she had a rich boyfriend to fit the bill back then. When exactly did Isabella get this cosmetic surgery? Wow, that would have been over 30 years ago. Alright, so shortly after a major crime was committed, Isabella got plastic surgery and changed her name, and it's unknown how she got the money for it. Not suspicious at all. Oh, he's the guy that did the non-fact, I saw that there. That would be funny if he was the sound guy for this game, but I doubt it, if only because the game was made in Japan. That would be interesting, though. Alright, I glance Charles Smith's daughter, and possibly the grandmother, she's there too. But I know the daughter already said she didn't really know anything about her father's past. Extremely hot, sir. Ask for days. Just the facts, please. Sir, those are facts. That would be spectacular. Something about 35 years ago, possible. Now, you'd have to ask Grandma about that. I couldn't tell you anything that far back. How old do you think I am? You want to ask me something? Alright, so let's show her the newspaper first. Sometimes I think this game is designed for public transport use. I mean, that was something in the forefront of the mind for a lot of DS games. I'm still curious if this was intended to be episodic, because I know there was some episodic DS games. It definitely wasn't in the US release, but I don't know. I remember this well, because of what happened right after it. Charles paid off his father's debt then. Wonder where he got that money from. Can you tell us anything significant about your son when he was younger? He always made sure to look after his mom and dad. Did you know he paid off a huge debt that his father had accumulated? When did this take place? Oh my, Charles must have been 25 at that time. That would make it about 34 or 35 years ago. Seems like a lot of people were coming into money 34 years ago. How unusual. Wonder where they got all of it. It's pretty strange that it just sort of appeared in their hands. Shortly after an armored car robbery that was never solved, but for some reason we know had 4 people involved in it. They still haven't explained how they know there was 4 people at that hideout. That is super weird. What else we got? I guess we'll ask Philip Robbins. He'd know about stuff that happened back then. He might glean something from the newspaper we missed, I suppose. That's possible. Sounds like he didn't actually know anybody from back in the day, though, so that's not gonna help. But we'll see, we'll see. Let's see what we got here. This is about the Bazlock incident. Where'd you dig this up? It was buried in the Clockford Times archives. And after this article ran, it seems the media stopped reporting on Bazlock altogether. It sure did. And this very article was the source of it all. It exposed mistakes made by the police department. The top brass back then didn't want to take any heat for the thing. After this article came out, all records on Bazlock were sealed shut. And the media was pressured to leave it alone. Police pressured reporters to keep the incident under wraps. It exactly had to be covered up to protect the department's reputation. Do you remember anything about Charles Smith in his younger days? Younger days, huh? There's one thing. Charles's father was up to his ears in debt once. And apparently Charles paid it off for him. I heard the story at Charles' funeral from his mother. Where would Charles get that kind of money? Beats me. Apparently his mom didn't know either. At least that's what she said. Curiouser and curiouser. Alright, who else can we talk to at this point? We seem to have hit up anybody that would know about the olden days now. Popeye University again? I don't think we can actually go over to Jonathan's dad's house right now. There is supposed to be the Tontine murders, but then, as if by providence, some lousy serial killer made a mess of things. That's the interesting thing, is we know that at least the first 3 murders, the victim was killed by the next victim in the chain. So the first victim was killed by the second victim, and the second victim was killed by the third victim. Which, honestly, Tontine is not a bad guess. Do you actually know Tontines are illegal in the United States? For fairly obvious reasons, if you've ever seen The Simpsons. Charles in his younger days, huh? He was really into moon shoes. Damn near broke his ankles on numerous occasions, but he didn't care. Maybe a little older than that. That would be amazing. So we can't go there. And yeah, it doesn't look like we can visit Jonathan's father either, unfortunately. So we'll try and talk to Alfred Brown, see if he knows anything. But he didn't know the victim when he was a kid, so I don't expect him to know much. Well, we can get in to talk to him at least. If he's got anything for us. I don't think he's old enough to know about the newspaper, so I'll skip that. Do you remember anything about Sam Coolidge in his younger days? Sam in his younger days? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. Thank you for the finger guns as well there, sir. God, that smile right there. What is happening? Great shot right there. I hope that was his headshot in his acting catalog after this. He was bragging about his trip to Vegas once. Talking about how he was living it up like a king. And how much money he blew in a single night. Any idea when that trip might have happened? He said it was in his 20s. That would have been more than 30 years ago. This can't be a coincidence. All 4 of the victims were spending large sums of money in their 20s. No, that cannot be a coincidence. Hey! Oh, I still have more to ask, apparently. Oh, I guess I do have to show him the newspaper. Alright, let's show him the newspaper. Pretty old. According to the date, I was just a kid when this came out. Bazlock, huh? My mother told me about this. Said a lot of money was stolen. Yeah, I remember now, but the rumors sort of evaporated soon after it happened. Nobody talked about it no more. If memory serves me, this case was never solved. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, I'm glad I asked him about that thing he had absolutely no first or second-hand knowledge about. Good job. We found out a lot of significant details about the victim's past. Right, all 4 of them spent boatloads of money in their 20s. But nobody knows where they got it. I'm not smart enough to make the connection. And everyone says the spending spree happened right after Bazlock. Right. And then Hugo tells us that 4 criminals were involved in the Bazlock incident. There's even a suspect named Lenny, an alias that Sam Coolidge was using. Think they did it, Jay? Has to be them. They stole that $1 million 34 years ago. What's up, Hugo? Oh, have I got something for you this time? After we met, I looked into the source of that article I gave you. Found an old reporter who knew about the article, and man did he have a lot to say. Let's hear it. First of all, he knew about Hans Rickman, the officer who died. Some very plausible rumors were going around the office back then. Reporters were saying that Hans himself was the mastermind of Bazlock. Really? And that's what the cops were so scared of the public finding out. I think so. If someone on the force was discovered as the mastermind, I can see how smooth those criminals really are, if you get my Michael Jackson reference. Explains why the top brass didn't want to take any responsibility. By the way, Henry Mills is the name of your boss, right? That's right. What about him? It's true. Jay, your boss is checking into Hans Rickman too. That old reporter I talked to said your boss was questioning him. He told me some guy named Mills was asking about stuff about Hans Rickman. But why? I've got one more thing for you about Rickman. He had a wife and kid. But after Hans died, click through there. But after Hans died, no one ever heard about his family again. It's like they vanished. I appreciate that there's a history function here. For times just like that. He's the leg man, he does the leg work in the scene transitions. Just paid to walk through scenes like that. And occasionally do this gesture. Okay, thanks again, Hugo. Wow. So Hans Rickman was rumored to be the mastermind behind Bazlock. And how it seems possible that the Providence victims might have carried out the Bazlock crime. Why was our boss looking into Hans Rickman? Sounds like Hugo's done it again, Jay. Yeah, he definitely comes in handy. Why don't we go over what we've learned up to this point? Of course, Kate, I fucking love repeating information. First, let's run through our investigation of the Providence victims. After asking various people about all 4 victims in their younger days, we found out they all had something in common. And what was that? There we go. Only 3 of them changed their name as far as we know. All 4 victims spent a large sum of money. That's definitely it. Sam Coolidge blew loads of money in Vegas. Isabella Campbell had some incredibly expensive cosmetic surgery done. Charles Smith paid off his father's massive debt. And Duke Desmond spent a ton of money to start up his business. And the kicker here is no one knows where they got all that money. Right, which naturally leads us to assume it was stolen in the Bazlock incident. Then they were the criminals who pulled off Bazlock, which is why they changed their names. Is it fair to take it that far, Jay? We have to make that connection at some point. We may as well make it now, sure. All right. Now let's go over what we know about Hans Rickman. Thanks to Hugo, we've got something new on him. What is it? I literally just told you like 30 seconds ago. Why are you asking this? Did you really? Like, have you forgotten that already? Were we paying attention the first time, Kate? You okay? Hans was the mastermind behind Bazlock. Yeah, that's it. But if that's true, then why was he killed at the hideout? Maybe they were fighting among themselves? Possible, right? One less to pay means more money for everyone else. Right. Or what about this? The head of the police department finds out about Hans and arranges for him to die in the line of duty. Yeah, I could see that happening. One more thing. Henry's been out for a while, right? I think we should go over what we know about him too. Henry? Think something's up with him? I mean, I spent several days dismissing the possibility, but yeah, I suppose we should probably think about it a little bit now. Henry told us straight out that he doesn't know anything about Bazlock. What would motivate him to ask about Hans? Yeah, now that you mention it. And don't forget we saw his car parked near Professor Gordon's office. That's right, what would he be doing there? Henry's name even came up in relation to that drug found in the sink at Johnson & Co. True. That's not all. What do you mean? There's something else that's got me really curious, Kate. What's that? Remember when I saw a vision of the criminal at Johnson & Co? You weren't able to see his face. That's right, I couldn't see his face, but I just realized something this morning. The killer had a very similar build to Henry. What? What a shocking piece of information that the player could not plausibly gain on their own. That's why you wanted to discuss him as part of the investigation. Right. Jay, what do you think our boss has to do with all this? Oh God, I think he's connected to the Burnett Johnson murder. How come? The killer I saw in my vision was coughing up blood. And then it hit me that the boss was acting the same way last time we saw him. I mean, not literally coughing up blood, but like he had a cough? That's like halfway there. Yeah, he did have a bad cough before he went home sick. Come on, Jay, it's Henry. I really can't see him murdering anyone. Neither can I. The deeper we get, the more suspicious Harry looks. Henry, fine. So what do we do? I do love that noise of the phone snapping open. It's so satisfying. Yeah. It's me, Jay. Maureen? The blood results are in from Johnson & Co. I wanted to let you know immediately. What did they turn up? Someone else's blood. Someone other than the victim. Killer? Probably. But I analyzed the DNA from that blood, and it matched up with an owner. Who was it? Jay, it was Henry Mills. No. What happened? Maureen analyzed the DNA from the blood at Johnson Company. It's bad. Player already knows, but I'm going to repeat all this anyway. Henry's the killer. I don't believe this. We gotta find him fast. But how? He won't answer his cell. We can't go to his house. God, that'd be too easy. You know where he lives? Took something over to his place once. What was it, a pot roast? Did you take him a pot roast? I need to know these things. How could this be? Oh, this is definitely one of those mysteries where all the characters are figuring out things like 2 hours after I do. The door's open. Let's go in. Look at this wall, Jay. It's covered in pictures. What the? Look, Kate. These are all the photos of the victims. And look at this envelope. I've seen it somewhere before. Just like the one sent to me. What does this mean? Henry copied the letters written 19 years ago. It's true. Henry Mills really is Providence. I can't believe this. Where do you think he went? I don't know. Maybe after his next victim? Jay, look at this. Your dad's picture's on the wall. Oh, God. He's next. Jay. There's no way in hell my dad's gonna be the next victim. Come on. Damn it, no answer. How incredibly convenient. Please be safe, Dad. We need to film a quick shot of you guys huffing and puffing. The truth was out there. It turns out it was just really obvious. So like CSI or like Ace Attorney. I mean, Ace Attorney, there's a lot of times where like the characters knew the twist before I did, which is honestly very satisfying. Yeah, those impact sounds, they're very 90s. Which, you know, consider this was made in like 2010 is not great. Dad! Jay! Thank God you're okay. Jay, it was terrible. What happened? I was attacked from behind and knocked unconscious. When I came to, there was a dead body on the floor next to me. A body? That's right, it was him. It was him, Jay. Take it easy, Dad. Use actual nouns, not pronouns. Actually, we need to get somewhere with this plot. Whose body did you find on the floor? Your boss, son, Agent Mills. What? Henry. Why does he look so silly there? Oh my God, you found a wax doll of my boss? A crudely made wax doll of my boss? That was the same hoodie that we saw the killer wearing though, I assume. Unknown if this is going to be serialized, Singfold of 256 billion. For a second I thought you meant dollars, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what did they do? Buy a couple of nukes on debt? It was him, you know, the creepy villain from the Powerpuff Girls. Him? Playing 90s music, we may as well have 90s references in here. I just called the police. Why on earth would this happen, Jay? Doesn't make any sense. Dad was attacked from behind and Henry was killed. So who killed our boss? Are you okay, Jay? We gotta hurry. Jay. We gotta find the killer before it's too late. Let's go, I say with my new very angry frame of animation. Jay, how dare you yell at me like that? Those were 3 really aggressive animation frames. Alright, that's the end of day 9, I assume. Whew, moving right along here then. Alright, so, starting on day 10 then. Dad, you're okay? Fine, I've got a headache, but I'll be fine. Why would Agent Mills attack me? Who on earth could have killed him? Dad, thanks for recapping the last episode. That's really helpful. We do know that he has terminal cancer. And he was doing copycat murders patterned after those from 19 years ago. What? Now, why would Mills ever do something like that? There's definitely a motive behind all of this, even though my boss said to stop looking for motives. My boss who was doing the things told me not to look into motives. But now, the lead is dead. Answers are going to be hard to come by. Is this guy just doing the narration for the game now? Is that what's happening right here? Hang on just a moment, folks. I'll be right back. No, thankfully our character does have an alibi for all this stuff, so we know he's not behind it. I was a little worried about that being a plot, like another game, which I won't mention because it's a huge spoiler, but I did think of that. I think I know who the killer is, and it's like the one character that the game's been going way out of its way not to mention for a very long time. And if so, then it's the character that I suspected in the first like 20-30 minutes of the game. Which is not great. No one would suspect a sweetie like me. Me, I'm too cute to commit murders. I'm sorry. Is there anything I could do to help you? Can you answer a few questions for us? Of course, whatever it takes. I'm sorry I was unavailable for plot reasons for most of the game. Reminds me of the plot twist of another game that I won't mention because yeah, exactly. I can't exactly mention it because it would spoil the whole game, but there's one I'm thinking of right here. Cute, case closed, yay! Alright, so we'll show him the... I'll show him the photo, why not? See if he's got anything to say about that. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about that one. Alright, I'll show him the newspaper as well. See if that gets a rise out of him. Nope, nothing. Alright, so let's go straight to questioning then. How are you attacked exactly? I'm there, just relaxing on the couch. All of a sudden, somebody opens the door and slips in. Of course, I get scared and jump up, but as soon as I'm up, there's a gun in my face. And that's what he saw was Henry Mills. That's right. Mills broke into my house, Jay. I'm absolutely sure it was him. Alright. Did Mills say anything when he attacked you? He looked right at me and said, "Don't move." But after that, he didn't say a word for quite some time, which made it awkward for both of us. It was a long, uncomfortable silence, but then he doubled over like he was in pain. And then what? Saw Mills on the floor, and that's when I got hit in the head from behind. Everything went blank, and I passed out cold. When I came to, Mills was dead. So the killer was possibly cancer? But then somebody, clocked Frederick, so we gotta figure that out too. I do love a well-executed, it was actually a protagonist every now and then. I really hate that trope. Because, the only way to do that is to, hide information from the reader or the viewer. I don't know, it feels deceptive. My favorite mysteries are the ones where the viewer slash reader slash player could figure it out beforehand, but it's difficult. But like once you go back, you're like, oh, that makes sense. And when it's the protagonist, it's usually like, oh, we didn't show you any of the evidence you would have needed. Sorry about that. Sure, you're all right. I'm fine, just a little tired, that's all. Kate, I want you to wait here with my dad for the police. All right. What are you gonna do? I'm going to the crime scene. Another vision? Of course. As soon as I get a glimpse of what happened, we can... Ow. What is it, Jay? Nothing. Jay, you really don't look so good. I'll be fine. You know, I've watched you have these visions. You always come out so drained afterwards. It's gotten worse since you checked out the Desmond real estate building. Careful, Jay. Thanks, I will, but I'm the only one who can do this. I don't have a choice. I know. You, the reader, are the killer. Oh my god! I wonder how they actually pull that off. It'd be interesting. No, we haven't done 999 or VLR. We were talking about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. I want to play 999, but the problem is there's two versions. There's the original one and there's the remake. The remake is better in almost every way, and if anyone ever wants to play 999, I highly recommend playing the remake. But without spoiling anything, there is one aspect of 999 that is much better on the DS version. And because of that, I keep waffling on how to play it on stream. But I would like to. I have played 999 off stream and I really enjoyed it. Very cool game. Oh, gotcha relentlessly. Well said then. Alright. What happened here? Even Dad was attacked. I gotta find some clues before the cops arrive. All right, 3 things we gotta find at the scene. The incident happened in this familiar room. I can't miss anything. But, my head, it's pounding. I have to get to the truth before my body gives out. At this rate, I'm not gonna make it to the sequel. Alright, so I think I see one difference already, but let's start over on this side of the room for right now. See what we can see here. So that's the entrance hallway, I assume. Don't see anything different with the table. Check out the bookshelf over here, see if anything looks different. Oh my god, yeah, the reveal in 999 is so fucking clever, and that's why I keep waffling, because I want to make sure that people feel that as well. Oh, there's one particular that pulls it off really well? Oh man, I really want to ask about it, but I know you can't say for spoilers. Oh, I do love a good, well-executed twist, though. Closer. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. I played some of VLR. I don't think I finished that one, though. And then I haven't played any of the third one. I think I was holding off because I wanted to stream it, but like, I still haven't figured out what I want to do there. It's tough, but I really want to. Nano! I don't even know how you pulled that off, but that's impressive. Alright. I don't see any differences. Oh, hey! Oh, that's probably the body on the floor there. I assume. It's Henry's body. I have to solve this one. Henry's body is still warm. Henry. Maybe if I say Henry enough times, it'll solve this case. Oh, there's the gun. Hang on. Something different there? This cup is falling to the floor. There's definitely a difference between those two. That's a little odd. does that mean? Alright, so this is our first difference. I couldn't tell what kind of cup that was. The perspective is making it weird, but it's a teacup. What happened to Dad? Alright, first vision. Alright, so the one in the hood is Henry. We know that. And then Henry hears something, looks off to the side. Oh god, yeah, I remember that puzzle some guy had. Like, there was a whole bunch of conversations in 999 that just kind of felt like the creator saying, hey, you know what I was reading about on Wikipedia the other week? Like, they just go off on these bizarre tangents that don't really go anywhere. And he's just like, anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. That was neat. I thought you might think it was neat too. Who's that? Someone else came in. I mean, we know there had to be a third person involved. Look, the door is here. Door is open just a little. That's got to be our second difference, right? Yep. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yep, that's difference number 2. Alright. There's Frederick sitting in his chair when he hears the creaking of the floor. Gets up, and he sees Henry come through the door. Alright. The man broke in and attacked Dad as he was relaxing. Was it Henry who had the gun? So now we need to find a third and final difference. We got the chairs look the same. Nothing amiss on the fireplace. No, everything looks the same there. As is on whatever this is over here. Photo of my late mom is on the side table. Alright, no difference there. Nothing on this little side table different. Couch looks the same. Alright, so I don't see another difference. Can we just check out the body? Is the body supposed to be the third difference? Could be, I suppose. Oh, can we go down here? No, apparently we can't go down there. Base 24 experience? Oh god, Riven. The page in my notebook where I deciphered the number system in Riven is still my favorite thing. Like, when I get rid of this notebook, I'm keeping that page because I'm so proud of that. Alright, so the body is the third difference. Easy enough. I want to check what happened to Henry with my own eyes. Or, you know, one of my own eyes. Alright. Then Henry had some sort of attack and fell down. Alright, yeah, that was informative. Hopefully we get more once we put the 3 together. Did Henry have a heart attack? The other man hit Dad's head from behind. Seen all the visions I need to. I guess? What happened first? This one, I think? No, not that one. So that would have been this one then. Frederick heard the noise, gets up, and there's the guy with the gun. Gotcha. And then guy points the gun at him. Frederick's scared. I hear a creak of someone coming down the other hallway. Henry turns to look, it seems like. Yeah, that's where he says don't move, and then he turns to look. And then immediately after that, Henry has some sort of attack and collapses. And after that is the part we actually wanted to see. So do we get to see that now? There's the mysterious third man. So, it really was you. It's time for me to die. Providence has finally been tracked down. Yeah, there's Henry. And nothing. Saw Henry's face as he died, but I can't see the killer's face. Could it be that in visions of the past, I can't see the faces of people who are alive? Oh, that's interesting. So people that survive the encounters we can't see. That would kind of tie in with the fact that he can only use his past vision in places where people have died. Ugh, feels like my head is going to split open. My eyes going dark. I have to get out of here. Ugh. March 15th, 2010, day 10. For anybody that missed it before, that is incidentally the cinema that you see when you game over. Which is interesting that they throw it in right there. If only we didn't keep sending our fellow agent away for vague reasons about needing to focus, I guess? It's all very weak, I think. I had the dream again. I'm all alone in it. Back at the house where it all happened. What's this? I've seen this room before. It's the living room in my old house before it all happened. Why did it have to happen? If that day had never come, Mom and Dad, they'd still be laughing together on that sofa by the window. Dad was sitting right here, smiling with a cup of coffee in his hand. He loved his coffee. Mom was right beside him. She always had some music playing. A song that Mom loved to play. Mom, where did you keep your favorite records, Mom? That's right, they were kept in the audio rack. Yes, Mom was listening to this very song. Called Ave Maria. Oh hey, Paler Z, thank you. I had forgotten to set that today. Appreciate the reminder. Very much appreciated. How are you doing today, Paler? Hope everything's going good with you. Mom. Mom. Mom, Dad. I'm just gonna keep repeating those names for a while. Wait, where's Danny? Not here. What happened to Danny? Why have I not wondered what happened to Danny for the last 10 hours of game? Danny? Come on out. Sorry. Those red shoes of yours. I'm the one who hid them in the fireplace. Danny. Let's find them together, okay? I'm not controlling anything in this part, by the way. Look, they're right here. I got your shoes, Danny. Would you please come out? I'm the one who hid those shoes. Jay. Danny, where are you going? Don't leave me. Danny! He looks a little bit stoned there as well. Our company advised all employees to work from home today. The aircon can't cope with the heat. Yeah, mine's barely keeping up as well. Holy crap. Dear sister, by the time you read this, I will be dead. Here's how it'll happen. Well, hopefully at home you're keeping cool, Paylor. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Oh, God. Hey, Folos, good to see you. Melting only when convenient. Only when convenient, hopefully. Oh, God, it's hot out there. Where am I? You're at the hospital. Again. Hey. Jay, you need to stop using those visions. You passed out again. I had to tell the hospital you got crazy drunk to keep them off your trail. You're not going to do anyone any good if you don't rest. No, I got to get back to the crime scene. That guy was the real Providence. We've got to act fast. What are you talking about? I couldn't see his face, but I could make out a build. Your visions have completely drained you, Jay. The police are investigating Henry as the prime suspect now. No, Kate, you gotta tell the police that Henry's not the one. Otherwise, Providence will get away again. I need you to do me a favor. Tell me everything that happened while I was out of it. I'm sorry, you want new information from me? I'm all used to summarizing things you already know. This is gonna be weird, man. Up here in the cold northern Europe, our houses aren't built to disperse heat, but to hold it, so it's like a sauna. Oh God, I've heard that before. I'm so sorry. Henry's been confirmed as the one who carried out the Providence murders. No, Henry attacked my dad to lure in someone else. That's what I saw in the vision. But they haven't confirmed that anyone else was at the scene. How do you plan on convincing the police of your special power? What, my special power of my dad said he was knocked out from behind while looking at Henry? Why is no one focusing on that part? Get some rest. With everything that's happened, Dad, it's too much for you right now, Jay. Henry died from a seizure. His cancer had spread throughout his body, and that's what brought it on. Still committing crimes while he was sick. What possible motive could he have had? No one knows at this point. The police suspect he just wanted attention, thought these dramatic killings would make him famous. The FBI is doing all it can to cover this up, and the police are scrambling to get the investigation over with. Please, Jay, you need to rest. No, we have to solve this before it's too late. Can you bring me any info the police have? The hell with the case, damn it! Just for now, you're gonna kill yourself. Let Providence get away with this like he did 19 years ago? I'd rather die trying if that's what it's gonna take. Alright. I'll go see how the investigation's going. In the meantime, just lie down and rest, you hear me? Just until I get back. Angry finger waggle. She's gone. At this rate, they'll just pin Providence on Henry, make him the scapegoat and close the case. Wonder if he knew who Providence was. Gotta check Henry's office fast. I'll just slip out of here and go over to his place. Many apartment buildings aren't allowed to have built-in air cons due to code and rules. Ooh, that is really brutal. Called commitment, dedication to the cause, I suppose. Henry might have had an idea on Providence. Hope I can find something here. I heard something drop. And the vibration from opening the door. Providence was all Henry thought about here. His head is actually going to explode at some point. I want information on the man who was there when Dad was attacked. Sure that Henry was waiting for him. All right, another crime scene to investigate. Just 2 things to find here, though. There's something on the floor there. That might be the thing we heard drop. Like a photo? Photo of Duke Desmond. That's odd. Is that our first difference? That is not. Oh, there's something else here, too. Something wedged in the crack right there. Photo of Sam Coolidge. Here? This is strange. There are rails on the bottom of this bookshelf. It said something from this bookshelf. Shelf wasn't put back all the way. There's a small opening. Can we just move it? Shelf can move. Guess he had too many books and the case got heavy. So is that our second difference? Yes. Oops. Hang on. There we go. I don't actually see anything different there, but alright, we'll roll with that. Let's try moving the bookcase. Naturally, I have to do that by hand. DS game, it's just how it's done. What's this? There's a whiteboard behind the bookshelf. Secret murder board? Oh my god! And he didn't even use red string. Oh, passe. Exactly! That's the only way you could do a real murder board. Even, what was it, Marcus Ritter? Yeah, even Marcus Ritter knew that. That Henry? There's a man standing in front of the whiteboard. No, that's not Henry. Who is it and why? Interesting. Maybe it's due to Henry's strong emotion here. I feel something in the whiteboard. There are documents and photos stuck to it. What does this mean? Alright, is the whiteboard the second difference? Is there something else in the office? Around real quick, see if there's any other obvious differences here. A whole lot of stuff stuck to that back wall. That looks like it's all the same as far as I can tell. Kind of chaotic, but no, as far as I can tell from a quick glance, any differences. I mean, he did say that there was something coming from the board itself, so can we... Alright, yeah, the board itself appears to be the second thing. Ugh, this feeling. What does it mean? Yeah, this isn't working like his divisions normally do. Something weird's going here. Pepe Sylvia, it's all connected. God, I love that gag. A relationship chart that Henry made. Some parts of it are missing. All in photo, mark where it's been placed. Will I learn something by completing this? I mean, it's a puzzle. I gotta do it anyway, so let's see what we can do. Let's see. This must be Hans Rickman. Memo reads family? Memo reads mastermind of the Baslock incident, question mark? Oh, I can scroll this around, alright. Alright, so we seem to suspect that either Sam or Duke was Providence. Assuming he had Duke there. There's a bunch of missing labels, too. That's not super helpful. What else we got here? There's an article on the Providence murders here. I'm not ready for that yet. Let's see. So what else we got? Oops. That's more newspaper articles. Various newspaper clippings. Apparently we're not going to read any of them. There's an article on the Baslock incident here. Sam right there. Guess I can't put anything in that spot for some reason. Put revenge right there. Put murder right there. No, this isn't how Henry's relationship chart was. Shoot, what did I miss? Alright, maybe I have to put Sam and Duke in there. I bet that's what it was. We'll put murder here. Put revenge there. There we go. It still looks like there's a photo missing where Providence was, but we didn't find that one, oddly enough. Aruka, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. That is a problem, Folos. Fight the urge. Get out there, get that tea. You gotta stay hydrated. Very important. Alright, so we got both of the visions here. What are we gonna do with that? 2 photos have been ripped off. Along with the photo I replaced, there were 2 more photos on the chart. One was below a memo with family written on it. Someone was trying to hide the truth about that incident. Henry had realized that Hans Rickman was behind the Baslock incident. With the time between Baslock and Providence, could Providence be Hans's child? Photo. No way. Let's trace what I saw in this room in order. Alright, so somebody, not Henry, was looking at the murder board. Very informative vision right there. And then, whoever it was, pulled 2 photos off the board. Way too hot outside? Oh yeah, it's insane. Please stay safe, Aruka. Stay cool. Henry was close to identifying Providence. Providence murders 19 years ago were revenge killings for what happened to Hans Rickman. So then Providence has to be Professor Gordon? Means he must have taken the photos out of this room. Gotta confirm that. That feels like a little bit of a leap, but alright. Let's see where that goes, I guess. Yeah, let's get no backup whatsoever, and let's go interrogate the murder suspect. Which is the only location we're allowed to go to right now, anyway. Who needs backup for these kind of things? Women needs to contact our partner. No, we'll do this alone. Surely nothing bad will happen with this. I have to meet Professor Gordon face to face. Not here. Guess I'll have a look around his office. Maybe I'll find a clue. Oops, all murder scenes appears to be what we're doing today. What happened to Ed? I need the truth from him. I've got to confirm who killed my parents. What could possibly go wrong? You notice normally he could only use his vision in places where someone died, but nobody died in Henry's office. So now he's either expanded his power or he's pushing himself too hard. Maybe there's a clue to show me where Ed went. Alright, I'm gonna save state too, since we did take some damage that didn't actually get recovered there. Just to be safe. 41! Well, that's good falls, but yeah, whatever you need to do to stay cool, stay safe, please do so. Anything on the cork board over here? No, that looks the same in both eyes. Is there anything different on the bookshelf? I think that little table or chairs there. Check over here. Pictures are all in the same place, it looks like. Printer doesn't look touched. Nothing with a calendar. Desk. Everything looks the same here. Globe has an unusual shape. It's round and not flat like the Earth actually is, as far as I, Jonathan, an FBI agent, believes. Seriously, what's unusual about the shape? Is it that it's not perfectly round? Jonathan, this is a DS game. Spheres are hard, man. Definitely not your average globe, is it? Can't honestly tell with these graphics. Oh, it takes place in the Hollow Earth? Oh my god. That'd be a twist and a half. Alright, no, that's not the difference, I guess. Globe seems to be made up of several parts. Alright, so what do I do with those parts? Or I guess we don't do anything yet. Alright, so what's this? Collection of Clockford League badges. 1976. Talk about vintage. One's missing though. Kept these mint for 34 years. What's under the collection? A box with a lock on it. Left the drawer open? The box has me curious. Box is locked. Alright, so I have to see if we can find a key for it. Laptop's still open. What is he checking? Better check out this computer. Yes, right? Computer's password protected. Ed was at this computer for a long time today. Better check out this computer. Alright, so we need a password, we need a key. Alright, collection of badges. Alright, so that's got to be one difference right there, right? No, apparently not. God damn it. Alright, so some of these might just... Oh, can I use the, Can I use the thing? Did we actually pick that thing up? No, we didn't actually pick that thing up. Alright. These have been stored in the drawer with care. Alright. Guess we'll keep looking around the office. There's a little bit more to see here. Looks like a library. Alright, gonna be tough to tell if there's any differences in here. Take a look, I guess. Hello, what's over here? Cardboard boxes must have been holding books. Nothing unusual about these boxes? Alright. Ding. The bookshelf is packed with books. Nothing interesting here, yes. Oh hey, this is a difference. What's volume 9 of the encyclopedia of the art encyclopedia doing here? Is that a difference? No, apparently not. God damn it. Volume 5 of the Art Encyclopedias. Apparently I can't do anything with those either. What is happening here? Specialty books line the bookshelf. Wonder what happened to the missing book. Is this the thing? No, that damages us too. God damn it. I mean, I see there's 2 missing books. What nice books. It's like an incomplete set of art encyclopedias. Oh god, how do you want me to do this game? What are we doing? I'm gonna save state again. Bugs Meanie, oh god. I just take these? There we go. Now I can actually pick them up now that I've seen the place they're missing from. Wouldn't let me do it a second ago for some reason. Alright, so this book right here. And we put the other book in the other gap. Guess I should put these books in order. Covers of these art books make up a design when put together. Do they? I mean, they're in the same order in the past, right? Looks like it. Oh, they can just take that back out. Alright, what order are they supposed to be in, if not numerical order? Like I said, they're in the same order they were in the past, as far as I can tell. Looking for differences here. Yeah, it says they're in the original order now. Am I supposed to use my power? Nope, that damages me. I'm gonna make one more save state before we are dead. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. It's not letting me rearrange those. I guess we'll come back in a sec. Maybe we can look at some more stuff around here and just see if anything jumps out. Almost there, Folos! You're almost there! Alright. I wonder what this trophy is for. I could read the base, but I'm not going to. Thank you notes for criminal research leading to the arrest of criminals. Suspicious. I guess we'll check the court board too while we're here. Lecture notes. Alright, so we've seen a couple things that we need to mess around with. Behind this bookshelf? No, I can't get back there. What else can I do with the globe? Anything else? Nope, this is made up of several parts. Can't do anything with the badges. Oh, doesn't have an answering machine. That would be convenient. Mr. Gordon's desk. Haven't found the key for that. We already tried using past vision on the laptop. That didn't work. feel like we're supposed to be doing something with the encyclopedias. What? Books. Just books. They'd put them in order, but like they are. There's some crazy here. No, they're definitely in numerical order. Balls, you're free! Run free! Let's see. If they don't go in numerical order, what order are they supposed to go in? And why do they show in this order in the past, too? Well, I suppose if I can only take 2 books out of here, maybe I can just try reversing those? I guess that could be a thing. Take that back out. Take that back out. Try putting them in the only other order I seem able to. Are these in order? No, they're not. I don't know what we're doing now. Or it just says that you better put them in order. No, so that's definitely not it. So we're supposed to put it the other way, it looks like. Alright, so what happens if I, like, pull out one of these? And then, like, use it right here? No, they can only be used on the empty slots. There's really not a lot we can do here. Yeah, he says they're in order there. And then for that one, he says, guess I should put them in order. Maybe not? It's a very weird puzzle. Yeah, no, I can't use that anywhere except where it goes. Like, I can even see in the past visions, just where it goes. It's so weird. What else can we do here? Anything else? A nice little garden outside the window. That's lovely. Cabinet down here, maybe? No? A little, like, windowed partition there. Well, I can do anything with that. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick look at the hints. I feel like I'm missing something and we are dangerously low on health right now. So I need a little nudge in the right direction if nothing else. Let's see, we're on 10. We did the whiteboard stuff, so we're good there. Let's see. All right, I'm not sure I saw that, but yeah, let's check that. Hang on. Let's go back here. Oops. Not holding my cup. Right, so we're gonna go back to the art bookshelf. Oh, I see it now. Oh, for some reason I was looking at just the green in the book spines. And I'm like, it looks kind of like a duck over on the left. Is that the thing? But like, they wanted me to look at just the blue in the book spines. And like, I can see it better in my OBS capture. I think because it's, honestly, it seems like it's a bit easier to see when it's smaller, like DS size. But if you look at it, the blue on the spines looks like it spells out the word I, E-Y-E. Fortunately for again, the number of people who have already played it as a pretty small select group, it's true, this was not a big seller outside of Japan at least. I didn't see it originally, I completely missed it, but hopefully that's the password for the laptop. Because we do need a password for the laptop here. You missed it too, Follows? I'm glad I wasn't the only one not seeing that. Alright, so let's... Alright, so laptop is one of our differences. Yeah, great security, 3-letter password. If I was his IT guy, I would be kicking his ass up and down these halls. Dramatic password typing. E-Y-E. Enter. That shouldn't even be allowed as a valid password. What is this university doing? Map of the abandoned factory. This is where Hans Rickman was killed. Wait, if he knew where Hans Rickman was killed, why have we not tried using his power there? That's my question. Probably because we would have gotten ahead of ourselves. Sounded like he printed something out there. Alright, so let's save state again just to be safe. We are very close to death right now, unfortunately. So we need to do something at the printer. Nope, that kills us. That's fine, we don't need to see that whole thing. Alright, is there something, or if we look at the printer now, does it say anything different now that we heard that noise? I assume that was the printer anyway. Printer doesn't look like it's ever been used. Alright, so I guess that wasn't the printer. Was it something with the globe then? Maybe not. I had a roommate in Job Corps whose PC password was NASA with a NASA flag right above his PC. Was he a murder victim from a cheap TV cop show? Because that's exactly how it works on TV. Let's guess his password. Surely whatever his password is within arm's reach of the PC. And extremely easy to guess because it's just one word, not a combination. Terrible. Terrible. Alright, mess with this now? Nope, that's not it either. Alright, so what are we doing next then? Still just says the globe is made up of several parts when I tap it. There's something else we're supposed to do here? Alright, so I'm looking at the hints here just to see, because this is baffling. Let's see, put the books back, sure. Let's see, do we need to... There we go. Now we're supposed to look inside the drawer. Last time I did it damaged me. Apparently something's different now. Maybe there's something important inside. All right. Now can I look at the globe? The top axis has an interesting design. I better check this globe. All right, now we can do the globe thing. He'll bleed forever. Oh God, I love Recore. Yeah, no one would ever guess that. Oh, I did want to love that game. There's a key stuck on top. Will it come off? What's this? It's locked? Why did the globe just now scramble itself? Weird. Go. It wasn't in response to anything I did, I don't think. Go. Does this guy work for Umbrella Corporation? Where did he get this globe? There's a key hidden inside there. I often think about the time I was in high school and I was hanging out with my friend at her house and we were discussing passwords and made a comment about people using passwords that are easy to remember but also easy to guess. And her younger sister, maybe 10 years old at the time, looked at us for a moment and then said very loudly, "My password is horse." That is amazing. And also, it's not good OPSEC to just shout your password out in company. Horse, it's so good. Alright, let's use that key and see what's inside this box. We got a photo of Rickman family. Look at this photograph. It's the same one in that old newspaper article. According to Henry's relationship chart, Hans Rickman and Edward Gordon are father and son. And the son is Providence. Gasp. Oh, that's a gun. Concerning. It's printing Space Boy. Oh, hopefully that inspired him to change his password, though somehow I think not. Now, if only I could piece these two things together in the right order. Nope, not that one. 50-50 odds. Alright, so he opens the drawer, presumably gets a gun out of there, and then sits there staring at the gun for a while like a normal person. Totally normal behavior. And then does some typing on the laptop. It sounds like the printer spools up, except our guy says that it's never been used. Apparently he's bad at printers. There's a lot happening right there. Ed, who the hell are you? I've got to find him fast. Professor Gordon was looking into this abandoned factory on his PC. It's the place that, in that Baslock article from 34 years ago that Hugo found. The robber used this old factory as their hideout, and Hans Rickman was killed there. And it's true. Professor Gordon is Providence. Not really a lot of evidence or foreshadowing leading to that. But alright. We'll keep rolling with it, see where this is going. Alright, going straight to the abandoned factory. Or possibly our third or fourth crime scene of the day. March 16th, 2010, day 11, or apparently it's another day. Long drive to the factory, I guess. So this is the factory. It's pitch black, like some sort of anti-day out here. All right, yeah, let's keep going. Not gonna get anywhere without a light. It all leads here. This is where the Bazlok thieves were hiding out. And where Hans Rickman was killed. Professor Gordon? What's he doing here? Exactly where I thought I'd find him. Ugh. This feeling. Alright, that's a little concerning because we didn't trigger the vision that time. Another vision. So this is where it all happened. Maybe now I'll know the truth about why Hans Rickman was killed. The place is too dark and the power's off. It's like time stood still all these years, conveniently. Alright. We're gonna make another save state. And then let's explore the very dark factory. I love the FMV bits in here, they're so charming. Yeah, we can't see shit in the past. I don't know how we're gonna fix that. What's this, a kitchen burner? Really, we're not gonna take it with us or anything. There's a gear on the wall. Apparently we're just not taking anything with us until we know for a fact we need it. That's awesome. Always works out great in these games. This is for the shutter. I wonder if it still works. The switch opens and closes the shutter. I mean, the shutter is closed in our vision. I mean, we have to use it? Yeah, apparently. Wow, that took a lot of health off there. Holy shit, I'm just gonna do that. Shutter? Nope. Do that. This ladder is old and rusty. No one's telling me that it's a step ladder, so how would I know? Fire extinguishers here in the past. Probably doesn't work. Gotta replace them every couple of years. It's important. This door is closed tightly. Hopefully nothing of interest in there. Hands look like they're there in the past. Ooh. There's something shiny on the floor in the past here. There's metal grating along the gutter. Oh, that still damages me. God damn it. Loader state again. I have a feeling we're going to be here for a bit. Now, what do we got over here? The electrical panel hasn't been used in years. Alright. What else do we got here? Walls look blank. Big metal shutter over there. The door over here. Can we do anything with this one? Door shut tightly. Nope, nothing with that one. How about this one? Is this the generator room? Might as well look inside. Alright. The canister is heavy. It's full of gas. Alright, I'll probably have to come back for that in a minute. There's a fuel tank here. Use gas on fuel tank? Apparently not. Or not yet, anyway. I wonder how long it's been since this engine was running. The motor wouldn't move when I started up the engine. Now can we get the gas? Nope. Alright. Motor's not moving. What do we have here? This large gear-operated system is not working. I guess gears were used to adjust the power from this generator. Alright, so now we've got a use for that gear, so hopefully we'll be able to grab that at least. See if we can grab any of that now. No, still? Let me leave state. Can I use my power on it? Nope, that hurts me. Man, the puzzles are getting rough in the end game. What the hell? Like, everything has to be done in the right order, and if you don't do it in the right order, we're gonna hurt you. Awesome. Oh god, it is very dark in the past. Like, I can't, like, turn on the lights in the past. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Guess I'll go back in here. And I'm gonna try to use my power in here, which will inevitably cause lots of pain. Got that. Don't be afraid. Relax and keep touching a single point. What happened there? Nope, that hurts me. And for the fuel can. That hurts me, damn it. Load. How about the switch? That hurts me. And the gears. That hurts me, lovely. Alright, nothing to do in here yet. I mean, we know there's that gear out there, but the game isn't letting us take it for some reason. An electrical panel. This factory must have been used for heavy industries. Alright. Our poor head, I know! He's just going around poking things going, that's not it. That's not it. Ow! That's not it. Ow! Nope, not that. Anything else to see over here other than the electrical panel? Nope. Nothing there. Use our power on it. Nothing. Cripes. Alright. Oh no, I accidentally saved state there instead of loaded. Dang it. Alright. Well, we took a hit then. That's fine. Oh, there's something on the wall over here. Hang on, what's that? I wonder what this belt was used for. Alright, so that's presumably part of the machine. It said something about timing. The inside is notches like a timing belt. Alright. And yet, for some reason, we probably can't grab it yet, can we? Save state. And... nope. Yeah, it hurts. Old junk. Like, I can see there's something shiny down there in the past, but I don't know what to do with that. We already tried holding on it, that doesn't work. I'm gonna use about these trash cans. Can't use the ladder. Can't go in any of the doors aside from that one. We may have already tripped a flag we need to use somewhere. I'm just not seeing it. Hey, Rose, no, I absolutely am. It's miserable in here, but I'm trying to finish the game, so we're working through it. It's not as bad as it was last week, at least. How are you doing, Rose? Hope you're surviving. I'm a bit glistening, yeah, a little moist, All right, I'm checking a hint. This is really ridiculous. What do they want me to do here? Alright, so I may have just barely hit the wrong thing, possibly? Let's see. So, we're checking out these grates. And one of them is glistening. I thought it was this one. Was it actually this one? Yeah, actually looking at it. Yeah, that is. Alright. I can't remove the grating. I'll have to cut through it. So is that a tiny little acetylene torch? Is that what that is? I want to save state again. Said something. Alright, so that is thing number 1 for here. Our AC works well, so we're fine. Gets a bit warm in the room here, but that's from running a computer and 3 monitors, plus my heat producing self. Yeah, our big problem is the place where I run the PC. Just doesn't get good airflow from the AC. It says I'll have to cut through it. Well, you said that was a kitchen torch or a kitchen lighter, but it might be a little acetylene thing. See, looks pretty old, but there's still gas in it. Maybe I can burn through that metal grating on the gutter with this. I mean, I don't think that actually does look like a kitchen torch, and I don't think that you can cut through metal with that, but he seems convinced. Let's give it a shot. Oh yeah, it's not too bad in here where I'm running a fan, but the fan makes so much side noise in my mic that I don't run it when I'm streaming. Hey EP, welcome in. Happy Canada Day to you as well. Honestly, I've thought about it, but like then the neighbors would be able to hear me yelling. I don't think they want that. Oh god, is it Clair Obscur? Clair Obscur sounds so good, oh my god. One of my coworkers is playing that right now and just ranting about how it may be the best game he's ever played. You already played that one, alright. 10 out of 10? Oh my god, I gotta play that one. Is it newer than Clair Obscur? Let me ask you that one. Or is it something else? Alright, so Gas Burner, it is just came out. What? Oh, there was something that just came out recently that I was looking at. Just came out. I'm drawing a blank. I know there was a big release this week. Which one was it? I know I'm going to smack my forehead once you mention it. Really? Oh, Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2, which I cannot play because I do not have a PS5, so I gotta wait. I gotta wait for the PC version, which they have not announced, but I assume is inevitable? How are you liking it so far? Death Stranding 1 is probably one of my favorite games of the last decade, so my hopes are very high for it. Yeah, I think it was about that for the first game, too. Oh god, how are we doing this? Oh, there's only enough left in the burner for 3 spots. Oh god, alright. This is gonna be a little tricky. Let's do only 3 spots? Doesn't really seem like enough. Let's try here. Here. No, that doesn't feel like enough. It's a little hard to tell what's connected and what isn't here. This is tricky. You just need a big enough hole to reach down there, I imagine. Let's see. I'm like 5 hours in. Good stuff so far. They improved on some things too. Excellent. Oh, sorry about that, Trey Dog. Oh God, the old Logitechs. I'm sure I still have some around here somewhere. Let's see. Was that first spot mandatory? Yeah, no. Whatever he burned off the first time, that wasn't something I'm allowed to touch. Can we do this one, and anything else maybe? It looks like it would knock off that piece right there. Right? I think so. Apparently that's not it. Do we do this one, and that one? No, not those ones either. Remember doing some private security gigs with an old satellite radio handheld and some Logitech? Oh my God, that sounds wacky. Hey, Shenanigans, we believe we found the original killer, and it was the professor who may be the son of the cop that was killed in the robbery from 34 years ago. So we're investigating that, but we gotta do weird puzzles before we can do anything. All right, only 3 spots. Only 3 spots. So, what is holding it on here? This one. This one. Like, I keep seeing what looks like 4 spots is the problem. It looks like I would need 4 shots of the burner to be able to get this thing off. Wow. Like, is it all over because you blew the first one? Hope I'm not locked here. Let's see. This is tricky. Yeah, we only get 3. There are 4 spots. Yeah, I'm seeing 4 here. How is this possible? It doesn't look like this can be done with just 3. Baffling. Can I move the flashlight? I can't. Like, this isn't even lit up the right way, which is also baffling. Yeah. Well, Oh, hang on. I think I see something, maybe. Again, the lighting is not very good here, so it's hard to make out. No, that's not it either. Nightbot hates everyone equally. It's true. Nightbot hates those E's. Yeah, if the light was in a better place, this might be easier to do. Hard to figure out what's connected to what like this. Let's do... I feel like that one's a necessity. Oh, I think I see something here. How about that one and this one? No, seriously? Come on. I thought I was being all clever there. I think I've kind of got it. And that not everything is as connected as it looks like, necessarily. So some things aren't connected the way they appear to be. We have to burn this one. I feel pretty confident about that. That one definitely feels like it's a must. We can get that one right there. I think that's gonna set that part free. I don't think it's connected any other way, or at least I can't tell. Really hard to see. Maybe not that one, maybe this one? Possibly. And then this one. There we go. Whew. Basically everything that was hard about that puzzle was because it was hard to see, unfortunately. It's not a great way to do a puzzle. There we go. You got a rusty pin. All right, so this is the missing pin from the baseball memorabilia. Hold it off. Now, what's this? A badge? All right, there's a struggle and a badge goes flying. Badge must have fallen in the gutter during the struggle. All right, so that's vision number 1. Progress. Just a small rusty nail. Transformers puzzle more than meets the eye. I mean, more than the eye could make out in this darkness, I suppose. All right, state saved again. Let's keep moving. Thank goodness for your glasses. Thank goodness I can just lean close to the screen here. Imagine me on a bus, like, with the DS right in my face going, I can't tell what's going on here. All right, so what do we need to do next is the question. Well, let's see, I'm looking at the hints again. Because there's an order that they clearly want us to do things in here. Oh, here we go. Something on the floor here, maybe? Trash was just left here. A vision showed me some bullet holes under this. Did it? I guess? That just seems like a bad flag right there. Them telling us about something that we haven't actually seen yet. Weird. Gotta clean this up to see the floor. Yeah, there we go. I need to use my special powers before I can move it out of the way for some reason. Alright. Here's the guy getting shot in the struggle. Guy looks a little bit surprised to have shot him there. Or maybe not. He's going for finish him off. Alright, that's vision number 2. Special housekeeping powers, I guess. For some reason, I had to look into the past to move that piece of cardboard aside. Hans was the one to get shot. This game is really dropping the ball in the final chapter here. This is terrible. Alright, so... we supposed to do next? Next, we go over to the shutter. Let's see. We already looked at the button. And we know that it works the shutter. We got the actual shutter right here. This must be a receiving bay. The shutter's old and worn. Looks like I need to flip the switch to move it. Alright, so let's flip the switch. Yeah, of course I can't just press the button, that'd be too easy. What is happening in this game? Save state real quick. So the shutter is a difference between the time periods, I guess. So let's see if I tap and hold on it. There we go. I have to use my special door opening powers. Alright, so that's difference number 3. This one's gonna be the tough one, I imagine. Because I'm guessing the switch doesn't have any power, right? I want to close this shutter to match up with the pass, but it won't move. Power's off. How should I handle this? Alright, so yeah, we have to get the power back on in order to get that running. Let's see if now we can grab all those things we saw laying around. No, can't grab that yet for some reason. $7 gigs? Oh jeez. That's a re-release? Is it one of the big updates, the big content drops that they do periodically? Our fuel tank is empty. Now we know that, so now we can grab the gas? Finally we can grab the gas, excellent. Alright, so drop that into the fuel tank. Now we just gotta get the engine fired up. The engine's connected to a motor. The motor's moving now, that should do it. Power's on. Now I should be able to get that shutter closed. Also, for some reason, that seems to have turned the lights on in the past? I don't get what's happening here. Baffling. Team dropping the ball in the final section of the game, unheard of. And here we were just talking about Recore before. Alright, let's see if we can hit the switch now. That's odd, the shutter won't close. We got the generator's motor up and running and the lights are on. There's no power running to the switch? Alright, now can we grab the gear and stuff? Nope. Alright, let's check out the wall of gears, see if that's what we gotta do. Magical time-traveling generator, what is happening? The engine's running fine, but the shutter still won't close. The generator's gears aren't moving. Needs a shifter. Gotta adjust the levers and change gears. Alright, that matches the past. Now I should be able to close the shutter. Guess I'll press the on-off switch. So did we not need the gear in the timing belt? Now I'm confused. Were those red herrings? What are you doing, game? Alright, save state again. Gotta make it just how it was in the past. What was that? Oh, god damn it! Something's wrong with the generator. Better look it over. Sure, of course! Jonathan Weaver, master engineer, is on the job, thankfully. First gen had issues with the charging port. Oh, god. The gear's broken. I can't use it like this. I guess I need a new gear. Oh no! Where will I ever find one of those? Finally. You know what our climax needs? Equipment repair. Lots of it. Sorry about that, Royce. Alright. So... gear. Pop it on, what, right about here? Where does it go in here? How do I fit it on is the question. Do I need to get the belt too, maybe? Yeah, no, I've got the gear. I just have to use it on the other gears or something? No? How do I do this? Checking the hints again. Game, what do you want from me? Let's see. Got the switch. We did that. Oh, alright. Well, if I'm reading this right, it's the gear that's the red herring. We just need to go grab that timing belt. That's weird. Alright. But the gear broke, so I would assume use another gear. What is logic? Oh, this is baffling. At least the game has good music? Question mark? That's a saving grace, I suppose. Let's use the timing belt on this. The belt's got these gears moving like clockwork. Now I should be able to close the shutter. I'll go out and flip the switch on. So yeah, he actually just shorted the system with the timing gear instead of actually replacing the gear. Which is a weirdly engineering-focused solution for our FBI guy. Oh, thank God. Let's get our last vision. Alright, so somebody was holding the gun to somebody else, and then he gets jumped from behind. Weird. Two guys fighting. Who could they be? Alright, let's put them all in order. So I think that's the first scene. Somebody's holding the gun to somebody else. And somebody jumps him from behind and tries to grab the gun. That one. Puzzle the rival, Metal Gear. Alright. They fight and then the gun goes off. Guy gets shot in the stomach. Guy seems surprised for a second there. But then he points the gun at him again. Guy on the ground points at him? I assume cursing him for all time. Like the moon. Alright, guy got shot was... There we go. And there's Duke, and there's the rest of the thieves slash victims. I saw it. I saw what really happened here 34 years ago. Hans Rickman was working together with the other four. And then after he had them steal that money, he was going to kill them all. But they ended up killing him first. Huh? Who's there? Uh-oh. Hmm? Jay? It's me. Professor? Oh dear, Jay, you look deathly pale. Is everything alright? This music's rad, by the way. Too bad you're such a lone wolf. You're a perfect match. Jay? What are you talking about? With him. The one killed here 34 years ago. You look just like him. That's funny. I never realized how much Dad and I look alike. That's right, Jay. Hans Rickman, the man killed here 34 years ago, was my father. Yeah, we figured that out 2 chapters ago. Thanks. I was waiting for you, Jay. I knew you'd come. And I've been observing you very closely. Watching you walk around this factory, attempting to solve puzzles that are completely obtuse and having to touch every object and then realizing you can't interact with that yet and then having to go back and set the correct flags first. Working your magic. What? You saw the truth, didn't you, Jay? With that remarkable gift of yours, you saw what really happened. Each time we had our talks, I could sense it ever so slightly. I knew about it ever since you went into a coma. Professor Weaver came to me once and told me of your special ability. It's really quite exciting, the ability to see the past. So enlighten me, Jay. I want to hear about everything you saw. Why? What's the point in telling you anything? You should already know what happened back then. Jay. Hans Rickman was killed here 34 years ago. He was murdered by the 4 individuals who pulled off the Baslok incident. Been kept under wraps for all these years, but you knew all along. And that's why you did it. You carried out those serial killings, which makes you Providence. Don't be foolish. The police investigation should have made it clear to you who the real killer is. It was your boss, Jay. Agent Henry Mills was Providence. That's a lie. He may have done the recent killings, but he was only copying what happened before. He wasn't Providence 19 years ago. You were. And when you found out that my boss used the Providence name to commit murder, you planned to pin everything on him. You wanted to make Henry into the killer, so that he'd take the fall for what you did 19 years ago. But his cancer killed him before he could act. Did you see that in a vision? A vision of Mills dying in Professor Weaver's home? I saw everything. And you were there, standing by as Henry took his last breath. I see. Henry said something to you before he died. What was it? What were his dying words to you? Amazing. You saw a lot in your vision, didn't you? It's really an impressive gift you have, Jay. And since you've learned that much, I might as well tell you the rest. Henry Mills' dying words were short and sweet. He mumbled them softly just before he expired. Finally, I can see my mother again in heaven. What? Mills' mother died 19 years ago. He was in charge of the Providence murders, but failed to solve anything. His mother watched as her son was humiliated and criticized. Depression set in, and suicide. Poor Mills. He could never get over that tragedy. When he was diagnosed with terminal cancer and knew his time was short, he vowed to solve the case that ultimately killed his mother by any means necessary. That's what made him go on this killing spree. He figured out that he could lure Providence out and uncover his identity by copying the previous murders. That's crazy. You can't expect me to believe that. He couldn't be that stupid. He was, Jay. Your boss was a simple-minded, egotistical fool. Everything he did was for his own self-interest. No one in their right mind would ever think of committing murder just to draw out a criminal. Henry. How could you? Damn it! How does it feel to be betrayed by your own boss, Jay? But look on the bright side. If it weren't for his foolish actions, you would have never found out the truth about what happened 19 years ago. Must feel good after all these painful, lonely years. No. You're right about me, Jay. I am Providence. Even after all these years, you still managed to figure it out. If you were still my student, I'd give you an A+ for sure. But unfortunately, you're not in the classroom anymore. You're a special agent for the FBI. From this point of view, I have to wonder why it took you so long. How should I grade you this time? Enough of this crap. How about I ask you a question for once? Now that you know I'm the killer, how does it make you feel? Furious. It took me 19 years to find out who you really are. That is a long time for you, and also for me. But today, after all this time, Providence will finally complete what he started. Complete? That's right. You're going to die here, and that will be my last crime. What are you... Jay? Damn it! Don't move. Someday I'm regretting not telling literally anyone where I was going. This is where you die. And you'll be blamed for all the recent killings. You bastard! Wow. I don't think I've ever seen you so angry before. Most people show their true character when they've been cornered and are facing death. At least that's the impression I had of everyone else I killed. Mr. Gordon? You're still calling me that. Please stop. Now that you're staring down the barrel of my gun, I'm no longer your professor. Call me Edward Rickman. Rickman? So refreshing to be called by my real name. But where are my manners? I should use your real name too, shouldn't I? Jonathan Baker. Why did you kill my parents? Do you really want to know? Yes? Why not? Really? Like, is that a question? Can't die until I hear it straight from you. I've known you a long time, so I suppose it's only fair that I grant your final wish. But on one condition. Name it. To complete the perfect crime, I need to confirm a few things. Are you up to answering my questions? Or should I just kill you now and be done with it? Ask away. How good a pop quiz to end the game. Of course, why not? We catch up on chat a little bit. Any motive, money, or just the evil for the lulz? So his motive is basically he was part of a armored car heist. And his dad was planning to betray everyone else and kill them, but they killed him first. And then he ended up killing the rest of the thieves as a revenge for that. Yeah, if only we had a partner that we had told where we were going, even though we knew it was incredibly dangerous. Yeah, quiz or quits. Alright, question number 1. What tipped you off to this location? I found some information on the computer in your office. Is that right? So, did you know then? Did you realize why I decided to leave that information on my PC? Of course. You did it to lure me here. Indeed. But, if you knew all along, why did you decide to come anyway? I wanted to see for myself what really happened 34 years ago. With your gift? Yes. What happened at this factory back then? I thought if I could only find that out, I would discover the motive behind Providence and his serial killers. I've seen everything now. Even some things you don't know. I very much doubt that. I know every detail, Jay. No, you don't. No, yes I do. Then tell me, Jay. What are these secret details about that night? I wanted to know why Hans Rickman was killed. Why they killed my father? That's an easy one. He came here alone to arrest those 4 robbers. Maybe a little reckless, but certainly brave nonetheless. In the end, those animals brutally murdered him. That's not how it went down. What do you mean? Your father didn't come here 34 years ago to arrest those criminals. Oh, is that right? Then why did he come here, Jay? Hans Rickman came here that night to meet up with the criminals. Meet up? That's right. Not to arrest them, but to meet up with them. Because Hans himself was the mastermind behind Bazlock. I can't believe I'm hearing this from you, Jay. How dare you insult my father? You're no different than those ungrateful cops. Trying to make my father out as the villain in all this. It's the truth. Ridiculous. Hans Rickman was the mastermind behind Bazlock. 34 years ago, your father knew of an armored car full of cash from Bazlock Jewelry. He made a plan to steal that money and hired 4 poor, desperate people to pull it off. Where's your proof? I saw it with my own eyes. Or my left one, at the very least. Your father met up with the other 4 right here. He wanted to take the money he stole all for himself. Desmond figured it out and fired first. Those 4 people killed your father that night. That's what you saw then, with your gift? It is. So my father was the mastermind behind Bazlock and wanted all that money for himself. You're making that up. I'm telling the truth. Nate, I don't deny that you have a special power to move the past. But you can't think I'm gullible enough to fall for such a ridiculous story. Yeah, just keep saying it's the truth over and over again. Maybe that'll sell it. You're doing great, buddy. That's exactly what happened 34 years ago. I won't fall for it, Jay. You expect me to believe that story? Show me some evidence. Let's save first. Because otherwise he might shoot and or kill me. Objection! Oh, evidence. Sure, yeah, we got that. No, definitely. Definitely. Well, do I show him our badge? Show him the badge! Oh God. Oh God. Pocket sand! Yeah, let's show him the badge, sure. Take a look at this badge. Look familiar? I don't believe it. Where did you get that? I used a vision to find it. It's a remnant of what happened 34 years ago. Tell me more. Also, 8-Bit Noise, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Safety, save. Safety, save. Yeah, baby boy stubbornness versus gimmick McProofless. Basically, we're just gonna keep going back and forth. No, yo, no, yo. That's the next 2 hours of gameplay right here. When Hans Rickman was fighting the other four, this badge slipped out of his jacket pocket. Dad promised to give me this badge someday. Maybe he was waiting for the right time. Like after he got all the money for himself. What do you might not want to believe it, but that's how it really happened. Even if what you're saying is true, why wasn't this ever made public? Clockford PD sealed all information pertaining to this case. Higher-ups on the force didn't want the fact that one of their own was a criminal to leak, so they wouldn't have to take responsibility. Exactly. Regardless of whether your version is true or not, it doesn't change the fact that I love my father very much. It doesn't change the years of hell my mother and I went through after Basil. The entire world was against us. Jay, I want you to recall something I taught you in criminal psychology. The most atrocious of crimes are oftentimes done by an unfeeling psychopath. An unfeeling psychopath is someone who feels no remorse. These people share something significant in their early childhood, Jay. You remember what that is? They're most often raised in a dysfunctional family environment. That's right. For the vast majority, that's true. Instead of love and nurturing, they're often victims of parental abuse and neglect. Is that what you went through? Absolutely. My father's death got to my mother. Anxiety, depression, she passed away soon after. I was sent to an orphanage after that. It's horrible. I still can't think about it. My only wish was to someday grow up and live alone. And once that wish had finally come true, I had already become the affectionless psychopath that I am today. Well, you get an E for self-awareness, I suppose. They say a psychopath can commit horrendous crimes without any sense of remorse. Yes, you fucking moron, I said that 10 seconds ago. What are we doing here? When I had become one myself, I became obsessed with studying the criminal mind. How do you think someone like that would mix with a desire to avenge his dead father? Not too well. I guess that's what led to the Providence murders. That's right. It's really quite a fascinating story, isn't it? And now the circle is about to be completed to bring the Providence murders to a close. But before I kill you, I'd like to grant you one final wish. You're dying to ask me something before I send you to hell, aren't you? I'll allow a little time for final questioning. I mean, I literally already asked you the question, but sure, let's move back to it, I guess. Yippee, you're enjoying that? I'm glad. When a game starts frustrating me, I have to adjust the script a little bit, punch it up a little bit if need be. Yes, so many cliches. I don't think he's very good at his job. I think he's terrible at his job, as a matter of fact. How did you kill those 4 people 19 years ago? You'd be surprised how easily the human mind can be manipulated, Jay. And how often the opportunity to commit a crime will present itself. I just happened to meet someone in a bar 19 years ago. He was completely drunk and he was spouting off old stories about himself. His name was Lenny Garrett, aka Sam Coolidge. As he was telling me about his past, I soon realized it was the Bazlock incident he was talking about. We do know that Sam was a braggart and a drunk. I couldn't believe my luck to be sitting on a bar stool next to this man. He would answer all my questions about Bazlock as if it were nothing. He even told me about the people he did it with and how much money they got. And he was even stupid enough to tell me they killed a police officer in the process. That's what gave you the idea? Of course. You don't think I would squander the chance of a lifetime for perfect revenge, do you? After that, I began to look into every aspect of the lives of those responsible for Bazlock. I thought of the ultimate punishment for those who murdered my father. Drawing up that plan was more fulfilling than you can imagine. I was going for the perfect crime, Jay. The plan was to break them down gradually with threats, and to take their lives without getting a drop of blood on my hands, by making them kill each other. Precisely. To remind them of what they did in the past. I sent each one an envelope from Bazlock Jewelry. I also sent all 4 of them a $1 bill as a symbol of the cash they stole. Next, I sent them all an Eye of Providence from the $1 bill, which eventually became the signature of the murders. And then came the finishing touch. I sent a threatening letter to them, but signed their names instead of mine. One to Charles from Sam, one to Isabella from Charles, and one to Duke from Isabella. You messed with their heads enough to make them paranoid enough to kill each other. That's right. Remember, they all knew each other from the crime they had committed. It was easy to stir up panic between them. 2 threats was all it took. Through manipulation, I was able to change those feelings of panic into the intent to kill. It was quite a fascinating experiment, really. Experiment? Yes. And my experiment seemed to be working like a charm. 19 years ago, everyone thought that Providence, a psychotic killer of my invention, murdered those 4 victims in a spate of serial killings. I designed it so that the killer would end up as the next victim. Everything went according to plan and the investigators couldn't touch me. No suspect was ever found and all that remained was the fear of Providence. But there was one man. Someone who discovered the killings were the fruit of my experiment. Gosh, I wonder who that could be. You said someone found out you were behind the Providence murders. Who was that? You have to tell me, because for some reason I can't figure it out on my own. It's just too hard. Welcome back, Nab That Cat and Run. Hope you're holding up okay. Professor Baker. Your father, Jay. No. I had a lot of respect for that man. I learned the fundamentals of criminal psychology from him, and I helped him with his research as well. But there was one thing that I couldn't understand about your father. He wouldn't let us do any interesting experiments. Mr. Baker's analysis of the criminal mind was solely to suppress potential criminal behavior, or to get criminals arrested. He was so stubborn in his belief of his. Baker was working with the police on the Providence cases, you know, developing a profile of the criminal. And his analysis was just too damn accurate for his own good. He knew that Providence was someone's creation. And he knew the creator had to be smart enough to keep his hands clean. Someone who excelled in criminal psychology. Someone among his peers. So you killed him. Precisely. Your father consulted me before he released his results. Perhaps he wasn't entirely sure who it was at that point. But it really doesn't matter now. Sick bastard. My father might not have had you pegged as the killer. How can you say it doesn't matter? Because it doesn't. My original motive for killing Professor Baker was that he got too close to the truth. Once I decided to kill him, it became about more than just protecting myself. Killing your father gave me a brilliant idea for a fascinating experiment. Experiment? What the hell are you talking about? Growth. Child development. How would a child who had witnessed his own parents' slaughter develop? What kind of person would he become? That's insane! You know what I'm talking about now, don't you, Jay? Why you happened to survive that ordeal? Why Danny just vanished? Jay, I killed the Bakers and burned their house to the ground. You were separated from your brother on that day, and you were all alone in the world. I've been observing you very closely since then, watching how you'd grow to think about crime in general. How much hatred you'd harbor for your parents' killer. I must say it's been very entertaining. And look at how it turned out. You work for the FBI now. After experiencing such trauma, you actually became a criminal investigator. Quite a bold decision for the survivor of a serial murder. But you see, Jay, your entire life is the result of my experiment. And that special gift of yours to have visions of the past, that too is one of the fruits of my efforts. You're crazy. Maybe I am. But it's all for knowledge of the criminal mind. Edward Rickman. You're not an affectionless psychopath, you're a hedonist. You just derive pleasure from killing others. Thank you for that analysis. But in addition to that, I value myself more than reality. I'd say hedonistic, selfish, exhibitionist psychopath suits me just fine. Oh, that was really honest. You're doing great, buddy. It's a big breakthrough. Good day today. We'll talk more tomorrow. I've granted your final wish. It's time to bring this experiment to a close. Wait. What's the matter, Jay? Are you afraid of what's on the other side? How do you expect to pin the murders on me after I'm dead? Don't I have a right to know since I'm about to be killed? Rights of the nearly killed? Fine, if you really want to know. I'll grant you the rights of the nearly killed and explain it all to you. Including the final act of Providence. Edward Rickman, what are your plans for the final act of Providence? Wait, I just remembered, I don't want to get shot. Turn out the lights! Don't try to save me. Yeah, he's just been sitting pretty for 19 years. That's a lot. I mean, we know now that he's been, like, watching after Jonathan. But, like, there must have been other crimes, right? To keep the truth forever hidden about 19 years ago, I'll make it look as though you were responsible for all the recent killings. And that you were using Henry to do your dirty work. I'll take credit for solving the murders and say that you tried to attack me to keep your name clean. But then, I'll kill you in self-defense for a nice touch. Hey, is that the best you can come up with? You don't like it? Well, I joined the FBI to avenge my father, who was killed by Providence 19 years ago. But then I finally got so angry that I couldn't find the killer, that I got my boss involved to copy the original killings? You really gonna think the FBI is gonna buy that? Why wouldn't they? Because they already know. They know that the Providence murders are connected to the Bazlock incident. If I end up dead in this hideout used by the Bazlock criminals, it won't matter how good your criminal psychobabble sounds. Think of all the effort that'll be poured into investigating the connection between Providence and Bazlock. All that work you did to pull off the perfect crime 19 years ago, it'll all be for nothing. Jay? Professor Gordon, if I can call you that one last time. This is very poor planning on your part. It's not like you at all. Didn't you get your revenge already by killing those 4 people? Of course I did. But there was an unexpected development. That's what I find thrilling about the life of crime. There's a lot of fun dealing with that. Unexpected development. Yes, which is why my killing spree didn't end up at 4. I had to alter my initial plan as a result. But I was able to observe how a chain of killings unfolds. And you're responsible for that chain. Perhaps I am. Not like me at all, is it? That's an awfully bold statement. I guess I was supposed to read those in order. I give you a D+ at best. You'll have to see me after class. In hell! No point keeping it in. I'm about to die, right? I'm ashamed of myself, you know that? I looked up to you all those years and considered your advice as good as gold. But listening to you now, you're an idiot. What? You heard me. Don't make me say it again. Fine. I'll adjust the script a little. I suppose it has to be airtight. I'll still make you the killer. But you'll get involved a bit differently. I'll have you kill me here on the spot, and you really will be guilty of murder. What? You'll learn that I'm the son of Hans Rickman from the Bazlock incident. Then you misjudge me as being responsible for the Providence murders. You use Henry to track me down. But since Henry drops dead before he can carry out your plan, you summon me here and attempt to get me to confess. Then you force me to take my own life. How's that for a grand finale? It won't work. Why not? Because you have to die just to make me the killer. And there's no one left to testify that it happened like that. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already written about how I want your life to end in a notebook, which I've entrusted to a colleague. I told him that if anything happens to me, you should send that notebook to the police. It contains a complete report of what a danger to society you are. If law enforcement reads through that notebook, even the FBI will have to conclude you're guilty of murder. Which means no one will believe what you have to say. Damn it. I'm fully prepared to die, Jay. But I want to make sure my death is worth something. If you're accused of murder, the truth about Providence remains covered up, and the research of a certain Edward Gordon gains worldwide attention. I'd say that's a very worthy death. Wouldn't you agree, Jay? God. it's a decent plan, actually. And now the incident is closed. Goodbye, Jonathan. Stop! Freeze! I won't let you die, Gordon. It's pointless. I guess this is it. But my dear Jonathan, this is only an intermission. The curtain will rise again. March 16, 2010, 2 a.m. Rockford police arrested Edward Gordon on suspicion of homicide in the Nicholas Baker murder. You caught up on chat real quick. Damn it, you killing yourself is a real masterstroke over killing me. Darn, you sure are smart. Can't outsmart you, buddy. I guess you'll have to shoot yourself. 600 pages of dick butt doodling signed J. Doesn't get much more convincing than that. The CPD task force has also arrested Mr. Gordon on suspicion of multiple other homicides. Hawkford PD and FBI have released a joint statement regarding Mr. Gordon's arrest. 5 murders committed 19 years ago, known as the Providence murders, are now solved after years in the dark. The day after Gordon's arrest, Jay and Kate wrote a full report of their investigation into the Providence murders. They placed it on their superior's desk for review. Report: Providence murders. Victim number 1, Sam Coolidge, killed February 28, 1991 in room 315 of Hotel Miranda. Cause of death: blunt force trauma to the head. Murder was carried out by Charles Smith and was instigated by Edward Rickman. Victim number 2, Charles Smith, killed March 3, 1991 in Grand Park Garage. Cause of death: gunshot wounds. Murder was carried out by Isabella Campbell and was instigated by Edward Rickman. Victim number 3, Isabella Campbell, killed March 5, 1991 in own home. Cause of death: strangulation by rope. Murder was carried out by Duke Desmond and was instigated by Edward Rickman. Victim number 4, Duke Desmond, killed March 6, 1991 in his office at the Desmond Real Estate Building. Cause of death: gunshot wounds. Murder was carried out directly by Edward Rickman. Motive for the killings: revenge for the murder of Hans Rickman in 1976 by the perpetrators of the Baslock incident. Hans Rickman was the father of Edward Rickman, aka Edward Gordon. Victims number 5 and 6, Nicholas Baker and Amy Baker, fatally shot in their own home on March 11, 1991, killer Edward Rickman. Motive for killing victims 5 and 6, the victims were close to discovering Edward victim's crime. Special Agent Jay Weaver, Special Agent Kay Hathaway. March 19, 2010, 3 days after the case was solved. Did you see the newspaper this morning? Not yet. Hugo's story made the front page. Take the paper from Kate. There it is. Truth about 34-year-old case linked to Providence murders revealed. Looks like Hugo got his story in return for his help. Yeah? And I just got a phone call from Maureen. We're invited to dinner. Lane's going too. Hopefully you, right? I really want to eat dinner with fucking Lane? Oh, God. Jay? Like, does he just shovel food in his mouth? Like, he's got to be a pig, right? Does he even use his hands? Like, does he just go face down into his food? That seems like it would fit. I can imagine him doing that. Jay! Huh? What is it with you? You've been acting strange since Gordon's arrest. Oh. I guess bringing Gordon to justice and solving the Providence murders isn't enough to heal those wounds, huh? They'll never heal. Jay, wow, that's really emo, dude. Are you okay? Do you need a hug? Jesus Christ. But that's not the issue. I am prepared to live with them. It's just... What? Since I heard Gordon confess to killing my parents in that factory, someone I can't get out of my mind. Who is it? Danny. Gordon mentioned him that night. He said the reason he didn't kill me and Danny was for his experiment. He said he wanted to observe us as survivors of a killing spree, so he let us live. Jay, you really want to find your brother, don't you? Yeah, obviously. Did Gordon mention if he knew where Danny is now? Even if he knew, why would he tell me? Where are you going to start? I could just find out what really happened on the day he disappeared and have a lead. Well, you can see what happened back then. Guess so. But you're afraid, aren't you? Maybe I am. But it's time to face my fears and find out what happened. I know you can do it, Jay. Thanks. Alright, time for one last crime scene. Thankfully, they appear to have left the burned out husk of his home untouched for 19 goddamn years. Property is worthless in this town. Hey, Spyro, welcome in. Are we going to play this game again? Probably not. We're playing again, but we're not going to play it again. Dumbass FBI agent almost dies because he always told his partner to wait outside like a moron. In that case, he didn't even tell her he was at the factory, which I'm not sure how she found the factory. They didn't even bother to mention that either. Yeah, you could just go through Gordon's stuff and see if he kept tabs somewhere, which he probably would, but yeah, that's too hard. Don't do that. Use your powers to make your head hurt real bad. All right, I need to make this burnt out husk exactly like my family home. I'm going to need a team of contractors and several $100,000. For the first time in 19 years, I'm standing in front of that house. Only to find something, anything, that could offer me a clue as to where Danny is. I can't count how many times I've dreamed of this house. Time to search the place inside and out for anything I can get on Danny. Alright, one last crime scene, it sounds like. Only useful for found footage horror flicks. Back here again. It's been 19 years. Now I'm back at her house, to which I'd only returned to in my dreams. It's not at all like it was in my dreams. What's different? It's so run down. Like there was a fire. Right, yeah, there was. Sorry. Wait, forgot about that for a second. Wonder if I can recall the past by searching the room, like in my dream. Dad always used to sit on this sofa. Dad was drinking coffee and Mom was choosing her favorite records and listening to them. They were always together. Dad, Mom. Hey, that's it. In my dream, I'm always looking for Danny. Danny's shoes. Yeah, in the fireplace. I have to find the shoes I hid. Oh, thankfully I didn't hide them very well since they're just sitting right there. It was Danny's birthday. I hid his basketball shoes in the fireplace. It was just a little prank. Why would I do something so stupid? Shoes. Why? Charred remains are in the fireplace. Badly damaged, but I'm sure they're Danny's. I have to check the truth from the depths of my memory with my own eyes. Oh shit, chat's a crime scene! A vision of memories from the room is in my other sight. I must find a lead for Danny here. That's right. Dad was really nervous that day. Was it something about his work? Maybe something in his office? Alright, I'm gonna make a quick save state. Because I don't trust this game. Little red shoes to dance the blues. Perfect for his current mood. Alright, so where's his dad's office? Not in any of these, presumably. Go through the door? If I remember correctly, this was the door to Dad's office. Mom always used to yell at me whenever I played in here. Dad was always working at the desk by the window. The desk is still here. For some reason. Also, it's still in good condition despite the fire and the 19 years of complete and absolute neglect. Dad's desk. Dad always used to work at this desk. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so that's clue number 1. And here's vision number 1. There's his dad at the desk, looks miserable. Like he heard something and looked up there. Or decided something right there. Opens the desk and takes out a file folder. I'm guessing that's his findings on the Providence murders. Dad was worried. What did he take out of the desk? According to Ed, Dad realized that Ed was Providence. Were those documents relating to Ed? The visitor on that day was Ed. Wait, no, we already established that shit, right? New information, new information. Keep looking. Alright, so what are we doing next? You can barely tell it's Dad's desk, what with all the soot. What was going through Dad's mind as he waited for Ed? I don't know, I think we're done in here? Probably? Take a quick look here. There was a clock and pictures of Dad's family on the shelf. Yeah, I think we're probably done in here. Oh, where do we go next is the question. I don't see any other doors. I think that was the only room in here. Alright, so we need to see something else while we're in here. This door leads to the basement. The door to the basement is warped and still has burn marks from the fire. In other words, we're not getting in there. What else? Here's the mom's cabinet. Mom's records were arranged in this rack. Let's try using the power on that. Nope. Alright, luckily we don't have a health bar for this section. That's nice. Use the power on the fireplace? Nope. Fireplace where I hid the shoes. Alright, nothing there. Dad treasured these speakers. He was so proud of their sound. TV. The screen is shattered. My parents used to sit here when we talked as a family. Anything with that? No, not that. Interesting over there. Now there's nothing left. Seems like there's anything else to look at in here. Alright, let's head back in the study, see if there's something else in there. Mom showed Dad's work guests here. Charred sofa. It's horrible. I'd say something about a guest. Alright, yeah, that's it. That is clue number 2 right there. Danny, have you been hiding here the whole time? Did I just not think to check behind the sofa? Damn it! I always forget to check behind the sofa. Dad used to greet guests on this sofa. There he is, looking troubled still. He's talking to somebody, presumably Ed. Yep, that's got to be Ed right there. You recognize the cut of his suit. Literally wearing the same one. The longest game of hide and seek in history. And then he pulls a gun on him. And then just immediately shoots him. Curious if we'll get to hear what he said to him there. Because he didn't have to hear much before he pulled that thing out. And then he hears something, I assume that's the kids. 19 years without even switching places. Intense. It's horrible. Ed got nervous with Dad asking so many questions, so Ed shot him. And even Mom when she came running. Ed, I'll never forgive you. And that night, the house burned down. Alright, so is that where we're gonna go investigate next? The fireplace? Where the books burned? The bookcase has fallen over. I assume so? There's nothing to look at there. Alright, looking at the fireplace next? I often used to play with Danny in front of this fireplace. I don't have an inventory, so I can't use anything there. I already tried using pretty much everything in here. What does the game want me to do next? No, it's just the rest of the fireplace. I can't look at anything on the ground here. Or I can't use that door there. Expect anything there. Oh, this is in remarkably good shape. Despite, you know, massive amount of fire. Is it still something back in the study that I gotta inspect now? Seems like it. I already did the desk, I already did the chairs. Little table in the middle? No. You had so many books. Not that one. I already looked at the one on the floor. How about this one? Were lots of difficult books here. Clearly books you weren't able to read, buddy. Whoops. Oh geez, follows. If you need to get some rest, if you can, might be a good idea. Regressing back to childhood in his childhood home here. There's nothing left of the things that were on the shelf. Alright, so what's the last thing I need to look at then? There's gotta be one thing I still need to check out here. I'm actually checking the hints here. I'm like, what did I miss? There was one thing I missed. Something I didn't think was actually important. We gotta check out the basement door that we can't actually use. And that is the third and final clue. Alright. But presumably that was him hearing a noise in the basement going to investigate. Did Ed bring oil out of the basement? Now I've seen Mom and Dad's last moments. Danny wasn't there. I have to concentrate, think back to that time. Hear a voice. Danny is calling. Voice. Where is the voice coming from? Alright, so let's put everything in order. This one's easy because I think we found all the clues in order. Start out with dear old Dad, who's very upset because he's just found out some terrible, horrible shit. Pulls out the file folder with all the profile he's put together. Shows it to his guest, Ed, who he asked to look over things before he turns it in. Ed's not a big fan of what he sees in there. It's such a bad report that he actually kills him for having written it. That's a bad professor right there. Then he takes off running and shoots the mom. And then immediately starts looking around, possibly for something to deal with the house. Man, this issue of Tiger Beat is so disappointing. I gotta kill someone. Even the cover story's boring. How dare they? I paid $3.50 for this. Alright, so then he runs down to the basement. Spreads the gasoline around everywhere. Lights a match. Mythbusters already proved that won't work though. But you know, movies and stuff. There's dear old Dad. There's Mom. Can't see his face because he's still alive. Danny, where are you going? I understand now. On the night my parents were killed, I passed out from all the smoke while looking for Danny. When I came to, he was gone. I only had vague memories of all that happened on that night, but I saw Gordon take my brother away. Danny, where are you now? A little bit FMV right there. Did Lane actually smile there? That's terrifying. This has been great. Hasn't it? I never knew you were such a fun guy, she said, trying her hardest to lie to the man's face. You're actually pretty fun yourself. Lane, you're actually smiling. You didn't even want to come at first. Come on, it's not like that. Lane, Maureen, I just want to say thanks. We never would have solved the recent killings without the police's help. Thanks, Mutual Weaver. You guys did a bang-up job. Hell, without the feds, we would have never figured out Providence. Not too shabby for a couple of pencil pushers. Kinda makes me regret some of the things I've said about the FBI, and some of the things I've posted about them online. Ooh, you would not believe that stuff. I'll take that as a compliment. Lane, I need to get back soon. Alright, I'll take you home. I had a great time tonight, you guys. So did I. Good night. How about another drink? Sure, I could use it. Kate? Yeah? Thanks. You hadn't come to the factory when you did. I would have let Gordon die. When I found out you'd left the hospital, I was desperate to find you. I really didn't plan out for it to turn out that way. It all happened so fast, and I ended up shooting Gordon. Really not that great of a shot. Guess the adrenaline carried me. I don't want to go through anything like that again, you hear me? Oh, please, don't run off like that without telling me. We're partners, right? Right. Well, I better get home now. Need a ride? No, I'm fine. Just don't drink yourself to death. She didn't notice I never actually said that I wouldn't do that before she left, thankfully. Kate leaves and I go back to the bar. I have a double whiskey on the rocks. Savor my last drink of the night. The amber liquid burns as it goes down. It's like the depression, fear, everything I've struggled with for the past 19 years. Trying out Noir now. Seems like it fits. It's good. It works. Jay, that voice. No. Gordon might be gone, but there will be more Providence murders. What? Wait! The end? Question mark? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is again to be continued. In no, actually, the company that made this went bankrupt very shortly after this game came out, so unfortunately they very clearly planned to do a sequel there, but yeah, they went down basically immediately after this came out. Sorry for anyone desperately hoping to see the resolution there. Oh man. That was alright. Let me ask you folks first, what did you all think of the game? Let me hear your thoughts, unfiltered, unorganized, whatever you got, whatever's at the top of your mind. I would love to hear what you're thinking about this. Also, it's still unusual that this game was made while Tecmo was still Tecmo. But like it happened during the merger, so the box actually has the Tecmo logo and the Koei Tecmo logo. Very interesting to me. The sequel, but it was a prank call. And Danny came back next week from Florida. Yeah, it's definitely no Hotel Dusk. Like, that's the simplest way you can put it is, ooh, wow, it does not hold up to that. Still love this art style and gameplay style, but that final third was rough. Yeah, that's basically the thing, is like, Professor Gordon being a killer was not remotely satisfying because it didn't feel like it was actually teased at all. Like, I mentioned that I thought I had it figured out in the first 20 minutes. I assumed it was going to be Danny. I assumed Danny was going to be the killer, so I was wrong there, but that was the setup for the sequel there, at least. But yeah, they didn't really feel like they set that up at all. Kind of came out of nowhere. Like, Jonathan acted like it all came together at the end, but I don't feel like it did. And also, those puzzles were horrible. What the hell? The art style is very cool, though. I like that, and I would love to see that in more games. Yeah, the music was spectacular. Very consistently very high quality throughout the game. Basically everywhere I was, the music was nice. Hey, Pokegirl Sinnoh, yes, we just rolled credits, or the credits are rolling right now, so yeah, we just finished it now. Yeah, oh my god, there was so much exposition in that final confrontation, holy crap. And I think that's part of the problem, is the reason there had to be so much exposition there is because, like, we hadn't really answered anything up until that point, so they had to just sort of roll through all that information, try and tie it together. Yeah, I would totally play a sequel. I would if they made one, but yeah, like I mentioned, the studio went out of business basically immediately after this came out, so no dice, no dice. Yeah, like I don't regret playing it. Not at all, not at all. It was fun in enough points that I had a good time with it. And I hope you folks enjoyed watching it as well, most definitely. So that out of the way, because we were playing it in release order, specifically in the English region release order, that frees us up at some point in the future to play the sequel to Hotel Dusk, which I do already have a copy of. It's called Last Window, The Secret of Cape West, I believe. And that one was made by the same team that made the first one and uses the same rotoscope style as that one as well. I am very excited about that one because Hotel Dusk was so good. Like, holy crap, it was good. So I'm excited to play that one. And we'll be continuing after that because we have the remake of, what was that other one called? Trace Memory, I think? I have the remake of Trace Memory for the Switch as well. So after we finish Last Window, I hope to move into that too. I'll have to look to see if there's any reason not to play the remake over the original, but it sounds like it's a big improvement. So I'll probably want to do that one. All I could think about was you melting in the room during the final dialogue. Oh, absolutely, EP. It is super hot in here, but like, I can't just stop halfway through that. I gotta keep going. Even when it's not my favorite game, I'm like, I have to know. I need answers. And of course, then we got to his brilliant plan. He's like, all right, so my original plan didn't work. All right, new plan, I'll kill myself. Great plan, buddy. And relentlessly has redeemed Invest in a Harvester sequel. So clearly, like, I am a big fan of the book-style dual screens, so I think we'll have to use that for the Harvester sequel. Now, obviously, we don't have any dual-screen portables currently on the market, so what we're going to do is we're going to make it a Switch 2 game, and you're just going to have to buy 2 Switch 2s and network them, and just hold one in each hand at all times. Now, you might think that sounds really uncomfortable. That's not my problem. You buy the game, you got to do what you do and play the game. It's important. Part of the challenge right there. It's like the Dark Souls of point and clicks, basically. Yeah, everything about this screams this was supposed to be a series. Although, let me ask you the most pertinent and serious question we got today. If this game was called Again, what would they call the sequel? Again squared? Again, ... again? Underlined for emphasis? How do they do that? Again! Followed by Again Resurrection, of course. The Again. What is the opposite of again? Like never, I guess? We can call it Never. I imagine there's gotta be a video game out there called Never. Again with 2 eyes for the 2. Againer. Here we go again. Eventually. Again 2, the repeat. Again, the Again. All right, so that is the end of Again One More Time. We have completed the game. That was fun. It is extremely hot though, so I need to go cool off a little bit. I'm not 100% sure if we're going to be streaming on Monday. I got to look into that. I will post in Discord if we're not. Otherwise, I will be seeing you folks on Monday. If you haven't seen, the next game on the schedule is going to be Limbo, the short horror-themed side-scroller. that is really neat. It's a well put together little game, and we can probably beat it in one stream, although it changes if it's streaming on Monday because I got places to be. We'll see. We'll see how things work out. But as always, I appreciate you folks being here. I hope you had a great time watching again. I've never actually seen anybody stream this on Twitch, so I'm really glad I could show this off. It's hard to find obscure things after streaming for 9 years. Because if you haven't heard, next week is actually my 9-year anniversary on Twitch. Good God. So I'm pleased I could find this, and for anybody that has never seen this game before, I'm pleased I could show it off to you. Thank you everybody for being here. I really do appreciate it. I will definitely get somewhere cool and get some liquids. Oh God. Yeah, Limbo was a big banner carrier for indie games for quite some time, so it'll be cool to finally show it off. And once I play that, I can play some of the spiritual sequels that the studio did as well. I'm excited for that as well. Yeah, 9 years. I can't even get my mind around that. It's gonna take some time. But for right now, we do have one last thing to do before we call it quits for today, and as always, that is... let's see who all else is online, so if you're not done watching Twitch, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would definitely like the opportunity to try. So I'm gonna need a minute to look to see who all is online. While I'm looking there's a couple things you might want to check out if you haven't seen them already. First of all, if you haven't hit follow, you're going to want to do that now if you ever want to come back. That's the easiest way to find me again. You can enable notifications too. That'll let you know when I go live. I find that useful personally. I put a couple of links in chat you might want to check out if you're interested too. We got a link to my Discord if you'd like to chat with me or the rest of the community outside of the stream. Feel free to jump in there. We've also got a link to my YouTube, which is where I archive all my streams. So if there's any of Again you missed that you want to check out, feel free to check that out. Or if you want to check out Hotel Dusk, since we were talking about that, all the VODs of that are up there. Feel free to jump in on that. And you know, whatever else. You know, I've played nearly 300 games on stream at this point, so there's plenty to check out there. You might find some interesting stuff. And the question is, where do we go today? I see a couple options. But once again, I see somebody playing a game that I've never even heard of before for a console I thought I was pretty familiar with. So I've got to check this out here. So ladies and gentlemen, I would really appreciate it if you joined me as I check out a very good friend of the stream right here, Mr. Retrograde Tom. He is playing a PS1 game I have not heard of today called Wonder Trek. And normally I'm pretty good at PS1 games, so I'm surprised he was able to stump me here. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Tom, hang out for a bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks possibly next week for Limbo. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody, and stay cool, stay hydrated.